friends! Welcome back to my channel. I'm Xoxo, this is Xoxo Tarot, and in today's Pick a Card Stone reading, we are doing a reading that I've done a few times, which is Who Are You Really? Now, I've done this reading differently every single time, and this reading is going to be no different, because it is going to be different. Don't do a shot every time I say different. I'm excited. Let me just get into it. Who am I? Apparently someone that drinks water aggressively when I have an important piece of paper underneath me, and someone who is unwilling to redo that work. Anyway, what we're going to be doing today is you're going to pick your tarot deck, per usual, but I also cut out a bunch of different contexts of how you exist in the world, how we all exist in the world. So for every person's reading, or well, for every group's reading, there's going to be unique categories for each one. There might be repeating ones, there might not be, but this is an excellent example of a reading where you may want to watch more than one because you might see different contexts of yourself in them. But essentially what we're going to be doing is pulling tarot cards for each of those categories, and I also have a bunch of oracle decks over here to the side of me that you can't see, and I'm going to be picking them in the moment based on which ones I feel intuitively pulled to draw from, and we are just going to look at who you are in those contexts. I'm going to kind of do second person, but I'm also going to try to do a little bit of third person. I really want you to see yourself outside of yourself, not how you perceive yourself, but how others perceive you, how you come across, and maybe in ways that you don't realize. I really want to give you a better idea of who you are in ways that you may not already appreciate or recognize your value in. After that, though, we're going to look at, for everyone, who you will always be. And I'm planning on this being something like who you will always be in this lifetime, something core to who you are. And then we're just going to finish off with a message from your soul, from your higher self. You can make it from the universe or your guides if you want, but I just thought it would be fun to finish off with a little nice guidance message. Maybe it'll give you context to where you are right now. I figure this reading is going to take just a little bit longer just because I'm going to be like figuring out with you guys in the moment like what decks I'm going to be using and stuff like that. So it's really fun though. I'm happy you're here. So we have 4 different groups for you to choose from today with 4 different decks. So starting with group number 1, I have never used this deck on my channel before. I think it is called the Tonelelone. That's either the name of the deck or the creator. It came in a bag, so I cannot remember the name, but we're using that deck. It's very fun. And we have this Ruby Aura Quartz point on top. And then for group number 2, we are going to be using the Flower Child Tarot, which is also a new, well, that one's not new, it's new to you. This one is new for both of us. We're going to be using this Flower Child Tarot deck, and the Aura coated quartz is on top of it. My flow is not flowing. Well, my intro flow is always mediocre at best, so I guess I won't be hard on myself for that. But then for group number 3, we are going to be using one of my favorites, the Way of the Panda Tarot, and I have this Amethyst Aura point on top. And then finally for group number 4, we are going to be using the Kitten Nugget Tarot and this Aqua Aura Quartz point on top. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. It is absolutely okay, per usual, to be drawn to more than one, especially in a reading like this, where you might have the opportunity to see yourself in different contexts based on what comes through for each reading. But now it is intro squad time, and today we are using the Empress candle because it is one of the only candles that I have left because I need to use code Xoxo10 for 10% off. But if you want to get any candles, use that code and the link down below, Angelic Magic 888. She is on Wetsy. Oh my God, Wetsy. Wetsy is my paper. She is on Etsy and her website. If you are outside of the US, you will want to use Etsy. But if you are in the US, you might want to use the website. Do what you want. Anyway, The Empress is also great though, because I think one of the great themes of the Empress is self-acceptance and the love of natural creation, which you are a natural creation and you deserve all the love, all the care. You are made of this earth and you are a beautiful creation, and I hope this reading plays a part in that. So we're going to go ahead and make a wish together, and based on what mini tarot card is in here, because all my tarot candles come with a mini tarot card, we are going to have a mini reading. But intro squad, I want to know, what is a show that you're watching right now that you're really enjoying, or a book that you're reading that you're really enjoying, or a video game that you're really enjoying? One of those. What is a piece of media you're really enjoying right now? For me, I am watching Severance, and I'm almost done with it, and it's really, really good. And I avoided watching it for so long because I knew I would really like it, and I was right, I did. And I have been eating it like a, a voraciously hungry person. Well, you know, metaphorically speaking. I just can't put it down or focus on anything else. It's a true testament of strength that I'm sitting here right now, truthfully, because I would much rather be finishing that show. Well, actually, not much rather. You get what I mean, right? Like, okay. Anyway, I want to know that. Let me know. But anyway, let's go ahead and look at the inside of our beautiful candle, and we have the Magician. We will interpret that in a second, but if you just want to go ahead and focus your energy on the candle, focus on a wish that you have or a wish that you would like to make, you can even pause the video and just visualize that wish getting deep, deep into the candle. Go for it. But I'm going to go ahead and make a wish too. May yours, mine, and all of our wishes come true. Thank you for making a wish with me. So let's talk Magician. We haven't done a mini reading in a hot minute, have we? The biggest message that I'm getting from this is hold your vision. I feel like some of you have been working on a manifestation for quite a long time, and you are wondering if it is worth it or if it is a lost cause. Now, it is always within your power to walk away or change your mind or do something differently. But what I will say is that I feel like for those of you that are here, there is some sort of manifestation that you have that you are starting to wonder if it will ever happen. And here is what I'm saying is hold your vision. If you want it to happen, hold your vision and continue to have faith in it. I can't tell you the timing of how this will unfold, but I am being called to share an example of a manifestation that I received recently that I manifested back in, I think, 2022. It was 2021 or 2022. So this manifestation took over 3-ish years. But I never gave up on it. And truthfully, it's not like I was focused on it the whole time. It was something where I consciously realized later after the fact, wait, I manifested that. I manifested that like 3 years ago, and I got it on my birthday. Thank you for everyone that wished me happy birthday, by the way. That was very sweet. And you did it at my birthday dinner. That was just a dumb niche internet reference. But the timing of how we want things to unfold doesn't often match the timing of how things can unfold. You know, I've said this before and I'll say it again, ideas and dreams move at the speed of thought, but grounding them into reality moves at the speed of earth. And when there are other factors involved, it can take even longer. But the thing is that it's really not that long. And I would say if I knew at that time how long it would take that manifestation to be created, I might feel a bit disheartened. And I'm glad that I didn't know that because I didn't need to. It came in the perfect time, in the perfect way. And it wasn't a manifestation that was forced or rushed. It was perfect as it was meant to happen. So I would say for you, hold your vision and let go of timing, because timing is not going to be the indicator of whether your manifestation is working or not. The indicator of your manifestation working or not is the level of desire to have it in general. Because if you are flip-flopping and being like, you know what, screw this, I don't want to manifest this anymore, then you're kind of telling the kitchen to cancel your order, right? You can always say, hey, make it again. But I mean, that's going to slow down the process inherently because you're like stopping and going, right? You know, it's hard to drive a car if you keep hitting the brakes. But if you have faith in what you're creating and faith in yourself and faith in the universe and your process to co-create that, let go of the wins and let go of the hows beyond what you already know. If you truly need to know something different or do something different, it will be brought to you. But I think one of the most powerful things that you can do is recognize the validity in what you've already done and what you've already created. You've already planted those seeds. Don't dig them up to check and see if they've grown at all or not. The evidence of them growing will be, you'll see them when they come out of the ground. Just keep nurturing and watering them. And that doesn't even have to be like thinking, manifesting every day, visualizing every day. It can be if you want it to be strong, but sometimes there are just manifestations that we know we truly want, that we know are in our hearts, and the desire for them, the rituals that we do, whatever that may be, and our belief in them is more than enough. We don't have to keep coming back and making sure the waiter knows our order. We placed our order. Sometimes we can't control how long it takes the kitchen to make our meal, right? So that's the message of hold your vision. But there are also messages here about personal empowerment and also just encouragement on your path. I definitely feel like everybody here, I see why you were attracted to this reading. Everybody here is recognizing something special within themselves that is going to propel you toward closer to your goals. This could be in career, this could be in love. If you are manifesting some type of loving relationship, a soulmate type relationship, the Magician is a beautiful sign of that. If you are like visualizing love, or if you feel like it is around the corner, I would say to keep your eyes peeled, but of course be discerning, of course. But also when it comes to career, I think that your creative potential is heightened right now. And there is a message when it comes to career and money for you around one of the most powerful things at your disposal is belief in yourself, your creative abilities, your creative power, and knowing your worth. I definitely feel like your own belief in yourself will make people want to believe in you more. And I also think that the more you trust yourself and trust your natural process, the more that you will realize that not only is that the most effective process for you, but people see your value in new ways. Rather than trying to adhere to a process that doesn't work for you, try to do things your way. Unless they inherently break the rules and you're gonna get in trouble, but you won't get in trouble if you don't get caught. And that's not an encouragement to like do crimes or something, but like, you know how bureaucracy can be. They're like, you can't file things in color-coded order. We do them by number. It's like, yes, you can. It's a file. Like, you can do stuff like that. If it's not harming yourself or others or the precious company, you should be fine. But also for those of you that are working on your own or just wondering if it's valuable to pursue some sort of side endeavor or, start some sort of business or something like that, I would say, yes, there is value in it, but also you don't even have to think about it in terms of business. You could think of it in terms of like the value of what you're creating. I think you're being encouraged to look at your intentions and your motivations behind what you're creating and ensure that they're in alignment with what actually has meaning to you. Because for example, you could be really talented in a creative thing and people might be telling you left and right, oh, you could make a business out of this. You could make a lot of money doing this. And there could be truth in that, but is that going to make you happy? You could pursue it and just try. Like the worst thing that happens is that you decide you're not happy, or you decide that it doesn't work for you. But also for some of you, it may just feel like wrong in your heart, but you feel this like inner urge and this like push to do it anyway, or like this pressure to do so. And I feel like Spirit is reminding you that you don't have to compromise your values and your integrity, just because you could have more. In a way, you're not getting more in that way. You're getting less because you're compromising something really important to you. And if you care about the integrity of your creative work, it might be important to look at how you are exposing that work to the public, or how you're sharing it with the public, or allowing the public to interact with it, because they are your sacred creations, and you don't have to expose them if you don't want to. You don't have to sell them if you don't want to. But if you do, you can. And that potential for that is there. I think that there's just a message here about you don't have to give up what has meaning to you, especially the intangible things that have meaning to you, if you don't want to. Especially because you could find that, you know, you enjoy moving into a different path for a little bit, and then you realize my creative outlet has become my job, and now I need a new creative outlet, and the thing that I love doesn't bring me the same amount of joy it once did. And that's okay. Like that is a normal thing when you mix your passions with your career. Like that, it happens. The cool thing about creativity is that you can always create new ways to fall in love with it, but also you can always create new ways to create income for yourself, or to do things differently, or to branch out in different ways. And it's okay to choose something different. It doesn't mean that you failed or did something wrong. It just means what other people see as a lucrative business opportunity may be something that crushes and kills your soul. Or it could be something that you enjoy and love and takes your life to the next level. I think it's more about recognizing who you are and what has meaning to you, and knowing that whatever decision you do make, it's not the wrong one. There's lessons and learning and growing in every path. But there is a message about looking at the intentions behind your creations, and what you stand for, and what that means in terms of your decision making in the future. And one potential pitfall you could avoid is by looking realistically at, how would I feel if I were doing this all the time and dependent on this for my livelihood? Could I do this long term? Is this something maybe I do briefly? Is this something I do on the side? How can I make this work for me? I think that's important. And then on a spiritual level, there is a message here that you are expanding spiritually. All of you are. Every one of us is. And part of that has not to do with you being more connected to the world outside of you, but rather just being more connected to yourself and your essence. And what I mean by your essence is just the things that make you you. Like, you know, if there's something that you do and someone's like, oh, only you would do that. Or like, oh, this has you written all over it. Like, I find that sometimes where like someone will show me something and be like, oh, I saw this and it made me think of you. Like things like that, you know, just core aspects of your personality, you know, your unique brand of goofiness or character and idiosyncrasies, like your true essence, you're getting more connected to that. And it's not because you're discovering more of it about yourself. I feel like you're just accepting yourself more and recognizing more of like what makes you you and why that's not a bad thing. And that's leading to you believing in yourself more, and also connecting to yourself more spiritually, because when you're connected to yourself and accepting of yourself, it's a lot easier to see things in the world that we miss when we're too busy criticizing ourselves, or being so like focused on what we policing ourselves, or like being hypervigilant, for example. So you are creating more power to make change and just make moves in the world that you previously wouldn't have thought possible. And it's not because you have gained or learned something that you didn't have before. It's rather just because you're connecting to yourself more and accepting yourself more, and giving your inner, like yourself, more room and space to exist and to just, you know, be and live and do. And that's badass and that's wonderful. And I just feel like for all of you, there is this message of whatever you're creating, whatever you're wanting to do, you can have it, but also you are smart. And to look at the intentions of what you're creating and make sure they're in alignment with what you truly want, versus in alignment with the pressure that you may feel to achieve or do things a certain way. You know, people can have good ideas and maybe they would work for themselves, but they may not work for you. One of the best pieces of advice that I can give you is to not just take someone's advice because it worked for them. What works for you is what's important, and not everybody needs to turn everything into a business opportunity, but other people can and really enjoy doing that. So whoever you are and whatever you're passionate about and what you enjoy when it comes to career especially, keep what works for you in mind, and keep what you hold most sacred at the core of where your intentions lie. Okay, so that is the mini reading. Thank you, all of my magical people, for sticking around. I love you, intro squad. Leave a little sparkle or a magic wand if you stuck around to the end, but we're gonna go ahead and get into the readings now. So thank you guys so much for being here, for letting me read for you, and I will see you in your reading. Hi there, Pile 1. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the red point, let's just say that, keep things easy, and this deck that I'm gonna have written down below just to make sure I know the name properly, this is going to be your reading on who are you really? Well, beyond someone with good taste. We know that already because you're here. Anyway, what we're going to do, if you didn't see the intro, is I'm going to pull 4 different aspects, and those are going to represent 4 different elements of who you are that Spirit wants to talk about or that you're meant to see, and then we will go from there. So group number 1, Spirit, what aspects of group number 1 are we here to talk about and explore? Number 1, group number 1, Spirit. You too. Closing my eyes, by the way, but it's not like I can see. My hand takes up the whole thing. Group number 1, Spirit, group number 1. Okay, the last category will be who you'll always be, at least in this lifetime. But we're going to look at these first because I'm also going to pick out oracle decks to shuffle as well. So the first thing we're going to be looking at is who you are, to your guides, God, the universe. So this is who you are to whatever you believe in. And even if you believe in nothing, the all-powerful creator that others believe in, that is unconditionally loving, this is how that sees you. Whatever you see love something greater as, we'll do that. The next one, we're going to see who you are in your future. Okay, exciting. We're also going to look at who you are to those that know you and who you are at work and school. Okay, interesting. All right, so what decks do I want to use? I think I want to use, okay, for who you'll always be, we're gonna use that one, the personal power deck. To your guides, I wanna use this one. Who you are in your future, I wanna use Botanical Inspirations. Who you are to those that know you, I wanna use the Happy Tales deck, and to those at work and school, we're going to use this one. So if you want to skip the shuffling, someone can comment a timestamp because I don't know if I'll remember to do that. I'll try, but Spirit, who is pile 1 to their guides, the universe, whatever unconditionally loving source group number 1 believes in? Who are they to those beings? Okay, thank you. I cannot help, like, even though I shuffle these, I can't help the visceral urge to like shuffle more. Who is pile number 1 in their future? And I just got a message that when it comes to future, you should pick whatever length of time came to you the most instinctually. Who is pile number 1 in their future? Okay, I am gonna give this one a good little shuffle razzle-dazzle. Ugh, like, is that not satisfying? Scratches a little itch in my brain. One of the things I've learned about getting older is that I pull muscles sometimes when I'm trying to scratch something, and it's just like the ultimate betrayal of I can't believe I betrayed myself like that. Really, I just need to stretch, but okay. Who is pile 1 to those that know them? Who is pile 1 to know those that know them? I'm not looking. Okay. Finally, we got one more after this. That was a bad shuffle. Who is pile 1 at work or school or wherever you spend your time engaging in labor? And finally, who will pile 1 always be? Who will pile 1 always be? Okay, perfect. Let's shuffle your tarot now. Now for this, we are gonna give a good shuffle. And the likelihood that a rogue titty occurs is high, so forgive whatever editing tricks and sensor crystals I need to use to make this deck palatable. I really love this deck. I'm so excited to actually be using it. I haven't been able to use it because honestly, like, the back of the deck is, well, she's not my favorite. But I love the artwork on the other side. Okay, anyway, who is pile 1 to their guides and the universe? The guides, universe, whatever greater source of love they believe in. Who is pile 1 in their future? Who is pile 1 to those that know them? Who is pile 1 at work, school, or wherever they engage in labor? And who will pile 1 always be? Great. I feel already that there are like guides here that are very happy to be here and very happy that you are here. I feel like for some of you, you either clicked on this video as a whim, so you might be a little bit foreign to tarot videos, which if that's the case, welcome. I'm so happy you're here. Skepticism is healthy and I welcome it. Don't take anything at face value, but the way that you know these messages are for you is if they resonate. If they don't resonate, they're not for you. But I would caution you with a reading like this, ask yourself, is it that it's not resonating, or is it that I'm unwilling to accept that I might be more lovely than I give myself credit for? Anyway, let's go ahead and look at who you are to your guides / the universe. We have the Ace of Swords and magnetism through gratitude. So who you are to your guides in the universe is someone who has a powerful voice. And not only that, somebody who doesn't recognize the strength of their words. To your guides in the universe, you are someone who can serve as a powerful beacon of truth, and somebody who also maybe does not yet realize the power that your words have to not only create your reality, but to carve out new pathways for others and to fight against human things, human behaviors that keep us suppressed, separated, denied, and stuck in cycles of lack, of fear, of just, you know, all the human stuff that can be quite miserable. To your guides and the universe, they see you as someone who has a much clearer idea of what you need to know than you realize. Your guides want you to know you pick up on the vast majority of messages that they send you. And when you don't get one, you always get it eventually, even if you don't get it immediately. But one thing that I'm hearing, and like I said, you might be new to this, you might be like, what are guides? Like, I don't know if I believe in anything. You have an intuition. And whether you trust in it or not, you have a powerful ability. Your claircognizance is something really strong for you, and automatic writing. If you want to get in touch with your guides and stuff, you might want to look into stuff like that, because I think that could be quite powerful. To your guides in the universe, you're very powerful. You have a very powerful voice, and you have the gift of the gab, if you will. You may not realize it, but it's not about necessarily being eloquent or being passionate. It's about speaking your truth and speaking it from your heart. And how we do that is so different for everyone. And the way that you do it is perfect for you. But not only that, you are somebody who makes other people more prosperous by just clearing away the mental cobwebs or the unhealthy belief systems that they have been stuck dealing with. And for that, there is so much gratitude from the spiritual realm for that. And you might be like, but I don't even believe in the spiritual realm. How could they be grateful for me? You don't need to believe in them. Their love for you exists anyways. That's the concept of unconditional love. It's not about that love being returned. It's about they love you because you exist, because you're a part of creation. And one thing that you are to your guides is your own best friend or your own worst enemy. And they see you as someone who is so brilliant, especially mentally. And there's this emphasis from your guides coming through that they want to tell you, don't create a downfall because you don't feel you're worthy of the blessings you've already received, but also know that even if you do, you're just creating the best comeback story, or creating even deeper wisdom and deeper truths that will just make you even stronger and more powerful and reap what you couldn't sow when you were struggling before. You're just getting it later, and potentially even more, like an investment. The amount of what you're able to create and the amount of what you're able to receive is heavily dependent on what you believe to be real and true about yourself and what you believe yourself to be worthy of. And so there's this encouragement from your guides and from the universe to say who you are is somebody who has a powerful vision and perspective, and how you use it will heavily determine how your experience on this earth is. Objectively, the same you, well, let's not say the same you, a you that is stuck in a toxic, negative place where all you can see is like, you've got negativity goggles on, and a part of you that has only positivity goggles on. Both of those could have wildly different experiences and describe their life in wildly different ways, and yet have the exact same tangible experience, and you wouldn't even realize it. Now, I don't think it's healthy to be negative all the time or positive all the time. I think it's healthy and normal to just be a human and feel how you feel about things. But this runs deeper than like being positive. This is about like what you feel that you're worthy of and what you recognize to be possible, and really this is like turning into what you don't see about yourself, at least in this category. Who you are to your guides and to the universe is someone who needs to understand that when you think you need to push goodness away, you need 5 times more. That goodness that's within you, you deserve to have reflected back at you. And you don't understand the power of the goodness of your words. And the goodness of your words, that is not in, oh, everything you say is good and nice. The goodness of your words, goodness in this case references efficacy. And efficacy not for your own intentions, but efficacy on a spiritual level. You are a vessel of truth, whether you want to be or not. And there are times where you say things that make people really uncomfortable and that make people upset, and you have no intention of doing so. It's not like you're being intentionally inflammatory or, harmful. It's just that you're speaking your truth. And like I said, this is not I'm just being honest. You can be honest and kind, but rather you are just speaking your thoughts, either neutrally or with good intentions, and how it may be received is not how you intended or realized. You may strike a nerve in people that has really made you feel like you can't share your voice, or that you're bad or wrong for sharing your voice. And the truth of the matter is that you're not responsible. Your guides see you as someone who feels like they are responsible directly for the reactions of others. And your guides want you to understand that you're not. And not only that, but there are so many people that you don't realize who are so grateful for the impact your words have had on their life. Anyone that you've had a heart-to-heart with, anyone that you have, helped, or, given a truth that maybe was uncomfortable in the moment, but they needed to hear. Anyone who you've literally just seen on the street and given them a random compliment. You have no idea how much you may have made their day. And I have this like weird visual, like all these blessings that want to come into your life that you keep blocking because you don't feel worthy of them. And so it's like, well, why is the universe going to give you something if you're not going to receive it, right? And so it's like the universe is kind of waiting for your green light to be like, okay, yeah, I can accept this, I can receive this. And like one example of like receiving a blessing would be like, if you're invited to speak somewhere, if somebody asks you to read their paper, or if somebody asks you their opinion, like the blessings that you could receive from that, you may have no idea. And I think also your guides see you as someone who does not recognize that the power of your thoughts and the power of how you see your reality, it can be a lot more gentle and loving if you're willing to let it be. And that you don't, and the hard thing is you want to intellectualize that and you want to understand that, and that is going to hurt you. Your guides see you as someone where your greatest friend and your worst enemy is your own mind. And that's a beautiful thing, because you can use your mind in powerful ways, but it can be a powerfully destructive force. And your guides see you as someone whose mind is so strong that sometimes they forget how powerful your own heart is. And they want you to know that the strength of your mind is ultimately rooted in your heart, because it's your mind that's translating your heart's truths. And what the problem is that, you know, there's wires that get crossed just through conditioning and growing up, right? And so what you may not be realizing is that you're holding yourself back and blocking some of your blessings because you don't think you're worthy of them, because you're punishing yourself for things that you did well and were meant to do. You know, it's possible that you were meant to say something that would upset someone else because they needed to be shown a truth. You know, I wish that you were around to maybe serve some truth to a particular Vanderpump Rules star. I will not say who, but I do think that that person really needed a healthy dose of truth that nobody would give them because they were blinded by them just being attractive. The amount of gratitude I would have had for you would have been through the roof. And they see you as someone who has a lot of good grace and blessings surrounding you and supporting you, and just waiting to come into your life more as soon as you're ready to cut through the barrier of I'm not good enough and I don't deserve it. Because you do deserve it. You do deserve goodness, and pushing away goodness is not the solution, and it doesn't make you valiant. It doesn't make you noble. It just gives you less of an opportunity to enjoy the beautiful life and the beautiful mind you've been given. You deserve to feel good in your mind. And your guides see you as someone who, once you develop how to use your mind in empowering ways and to be more mindful of how it can be destructive. I mean, the amount of like progress on a level of harmonious functioning you're going to experience is going to be profound, where like there's going to be so much less, I have to think about it before I do it. You're going to be doing things more like fluidly. You're going to get stuck in analysis paralysis less. You're going to doubt what you say less, and it's going to be so freeing for you to just share. Because one thing you're also going to realize is that even when you slip up or say something you didn't mean, there's learning and wisdom in that. And if someone can't accept that, or can't, you know, if everything needs to be perfect, they were probably someone you were meant to cut out of your life anyway, and your words were the perfect tool to do that. Your words are a powerful tool. Never doubt them. Never doubt their value, and never doubt their value when they come from a heartfelt centered place, because your guides see that as not only your biggest strength, but also a gift that they felt that you had, like the wisdom they felt that your soul had the wisdom to be bestowed a gift like that. And I think it's part of your wisdom, which is part of your wisdom is why you hold it back, because you're like, oh, well, I don't want to mess up. I don't want to do something wrong. But you can't really understand how profoundly you will come to appreciate yourself and your mind when you just give yourself grace and allow yourself to be in your truth, and not base the value of what you're sharing on the reactions of how people respond to it, and rather honoring the intention of why you shared it and what it was rooted in. Cool message. Okay, let's see who you are in your future. Okay, no boobies, we're good. So we have the 7 of Pentacles, and we have Asters, elegance and patience. Nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished. So in your future, you are somebody who is a lot more trusting and actually seeing, motherfucker, get underneath this damn selenite. You are someone who is going to be seeing the progress and results of trusting yourself, your words, and your own intuition more. The universe guides you sometimes in ways that you don't realize, and I feel like this actually circles back. circles back to this topic that I was talking about earlier, where I was saying, like, you pick up on messages when you need them. One message that I did forget to give is the only time that you get messages, like when you receive information that isn't for you, it's when you're unwilling to trust what you've already been given and what your intuition feels, and it's like you're looking for something different, and that something different is not rooted in truth. It's rooted in a fear of what if what I've been told isn't true. That is the only time that it's when you seek it out when you don't need it, and when you have an intuitive hit anyway, but you're trying to validate a fear because you're afraid of what if it is true, and what if I fumble it or mess it up or something like that. Does that make sense? But the version of you in the future realizes that you don't have to rush, and also that the value of what you put out into the world is not determined based on how quickly you do it or how productive you are on a daily basis. I feel like there's a beautiful slowing down happening for you, where you're realizing that your future self, who you are in your future, is someone who's realizing that you don't have to be so hyper vigilant, and you also don't have to be constantly forcing and pushing yourself. And actually, I think that there's a level of mental healing that you've achieved in your future, because the primary force that is driving you to go so fast and hard anyway is coming from this mental restlessness and from this greater, collective problem that we have, especially in the West, where people just don't want to slow down. People can't slow down. You feel bad for not being productive. You feel like, and truthfully speaking, like, if you do a job like social media or something like that, you are bound to, time. You are rewarded based on output rather than quality. My ego, however, is way too big for that, and I will not put out shit slop just to worship the algorithm. And I'm willing to take that deduction financially, because I don't want to make money from crap. And I have a feeling you are a similar way, which is why I shared that. And whatever you do in your future, you are someone who has the long game in mind and sees a greater vision than just this next year, these next 2 years. You are someone who's recognizing that not only what you're doing in your life is a work in progress, but you yourself are a work in progress. I feel like you might find that in your future, I keep this open window is making me think of the phrase, like, when God closes a door, he opens a window. And I apologize if, like, me using the verbiage like God is uncomfortable or like triggering for you. I do not mean it to be. Please replace it with whatever makes you feel comfortable. When I say the word like God, I mean a divinely, unconditionally loving source of energy that flows within and throughout all creation. That is something that I don't think any aspect of creation can truly fathom in of itself. I don't even know if God itself understands itself. Maybe it's trying to understand itself through us. And I think for you in your future, you're calming down. Like, I'm hearing Life is a Highway by Rascal Flatts. Like, you are slowing down in ways that allow you to refine your process and realize you don't have to push yourself so hard. And that actually, when you live life at a gentler pace, you get a lot more done and life is a lot more enjoyable. I'm being called to recommend a book to you called Slow Productivity. I'll write it down really quickly. I think it could be really helpful for you. I haven't read it all the way through, but I found it to be really helpful. I cannot remember who it's by, but I know you will see it if you Google it. It's called Slow Productivity. And I feel like you will just be less hard on yourself. You'll be more grounded and more present. And I think you in your future is undergoing this spiritual process where you are refining how your perception has changed, how your self-acceptance has evolved, and how your self-expansion has been taking shape. All of that is coming together in a beautiful way, and you're recognizing yourself and your life and how you live it as like this living expression of the divine itself, because it's not only authentic to you, but also you're not forcing anymore. You're being, you're living, you're doing, you're experiencing, you're witnessing. And taking that shift from being solely in your head or escaping to your head to find solace and sacred space in the present moment, in a grounded reality where your mind is a part of it but does not dominate it, and allows you to finish things without everything being so stressful. The you in your future will find deep wisdom and meaning in the most mundane and earthly things that you would have never expected. But that's the thing. To be spiritual is to be human, and the spirituality and the spirit itself is within all things. And I think one thing that's going to be really cool is the future version of you we're looking at is someone who not only has a really solid foundation and is making progress, especially like materially speaking, financially speaking. Like if you're like the future, you might be working on a business, it might be investing more deeply in your school and in learning. You might be, whatever you're doing, you're not only making positive progress, but you're also planting seeds for your future even further down the road. It's almost like you're so far ahead that you are planting seeds for a future you might not even see because you've gotten so much done. It's like if you feel like you're constantly a step behind and like you are just constantly trying to catch up to the clock, the you in your future recognizes they have all the time in the world and isn't in a rush. And because of that, you have gotten so much more done. You're so much less hard on yourself. And if you have the current excuse of, I can't do that yet because I don't have XYZ, because I haven't learned this, because I'm not comfortable with that yet, all of that's going to go out the window, because you're going to realize the me now is enough to get this done. The me now is perfect for what I'm doing, and I don't need to be different to do what my heart is calling me to. And I also just think you're going to find that the you in your future has a much more pleasurable routine. And I think that's because it's going to be slower, and it's also going to have a greater emphasis on all parts of you. I think you're going to be more conscious about how you use your mind, but also I think that you're going to adopt practices that are very gentle and supportive for your body, especially. I feel like you're probably going to be drinking more water, getting more rest, and finding movement practices that work for you. And you might just even find that the version of you, it's like the transition of going from the hare to the tortoise, you know, the tortoise and the hare fable where, you know, the tortoise is slow and steady and he wins the race because the rabbit runs really fast and then gets tired and sleeps, and then, you know, he wakes up to the tortoise in the finish line. You are transitioning from hare to tortoise and realizing that that your tortoise self is wonderful and gets things done just as fast. It's like your tortoise self is taking off the bunny ears and realizing, oh, this was never for me anyway. And I feel like life is just gonna feel a lot lighter. And it's like you are actively receiving the blessings that you may have been blocking because of what we were already discussing. So I love that. Okay, let's go ahead and look at who are you to those that know you. This was probably not a great bar to use, and I didn't cut these. I just want you to be able to see them. I'm sorry. That means that the selenite is gonna have to be diagonal. We can't have it all. Okay, so who you are to those that know you, we have the moon, and we have Siberian Husky, instinctual, wild, and mischievous. Okay, so first of all, you might be loud, and which makes sense if like you're, and as a fellow loud girly, as an Aries Mercury myself, be loud and proud, baby. Like there's nothing wrong with being loud. I mean, I guess unless you're like in a movie, obviously time and place. I think you know time and place, but you are somebody, okay, first of all, Huskies, they're beloved, but they're not for every dog owner. And to those that know you, I think that some people fear you. If I'm being honest, there are a lot of people that don't know who you really are. And I think that's because of how much self-policing you do when you're around others. I feel like you have this, it reminds me all the time of like, oh, when I first met you, like I thought you were a bitch, but then I realized you were just quiet. Like the quiet girlies, and here's the thing, you're not quiet. You're quiet when you feel shy or uncomfortable. And then people actually get to know you and they're like, wow, like this person is crazy. Not in a bad way, in a good way, of course. Anyway, with the moon though, people project a lot onto you, and you need to know that. Because there have definitely been times where you have experienced injustice, because I don't know if like there have been people that have been truly bothered by you because of something you said, and that would make sense why you question what you're saying. But that wasn't because you were wrong. It wasn't because there was something wrong with you. That's because you hid a truth that they didn't want revealed, and you're bringing light to something that they are not willing to hear. It's like, in order to justify a truth that they're not ready to receive, they have to attack the source of it. But to a lot of people, you are a mystery, a beautiful mystery. I mean, who doesn't think Siberian Huskies are beautiful, right? You might be a night owl, but I also think a lot of people just don't know what you're up to. And that could be because you just like don't really share a lot of yourself, or you're kind of doing your own thing. But I think sometimes people don't know what they're going to get from you. And that makes them kind of nervous if they feel like they have something to hide. So I will say, one of the beautiful things about you is that you have a natural built-in safeguard against fake people and people with deceptive intentions, because you just instinctually make them uncomfortable. Actually, I think you're a covert narcissist's worst nightmare. And there might be people that would fit that diagnosis that have been some of your biggest enemies, if you will, or just biggest haters, because you have the ability to see through them without trying. And that's really uncomfortable for them. I feel like to those that know you, a lot of them don't understand you very well. I feel like you are a lot more difficult to read than I think you realize. And that could be because you have kind of a stoic face, or like the way you express your emotions, maybe you only express them outwardly if you're around people you're comfortable with, or, if things bubble over to a point you can't handle. But also there's just a level of like, you cannot be tamed. You are Miley Cyrus and you cannot be tamed. Hi Miley, I know you're watching. She has good taste. She's definitely subscribed. Obviously a joke, but anywho, getting a little distracted. I feel like you are someone though that is so much deeper than people realize. And one of the things that people that know you well and know you intimately, they are some of your biggest defenders. And they are some of the people that will ride for you the hardest without you ever knowing that they did. The people that know you best are going to be the ones that when someone says like, oh, I don't think pile one likes me, or I don't know, something about pile one just rubs me the wrong way. Like, the people that know you well, they're going to say, I know pile one. They're an incredible person, and you just haven't gotten to know them. Like, they're a lot different when they're around people they're comfortable with, or, contextualize things without like spilling your secrets. Because there's something around like the people that know you deeply know how valuable it is and how sacred it is for you to share your inner world with them, because you don't do it with everyone. And actually how the universe sees you is like, we want you sharing your inner world with everyone, or with more people, because there's a lot of value there. But it's understandable how even though you are so beloved by those that truly know you, a lot of people that know you or know of you get maybe the wrong impression of you, because they may be projecting their own insecurities, or they may be just like filling in the blanks in ways they don't know why, or there's just something provoking about your energy that's outside of your control and beyond their capacity to notice or understand. And so it just in their mind is processed as pile one bad, pile one, I don't like pile one. But I will say a lot of people that initially like judge you or don't like you or think that you don't like them or are standoffish usually change their tune once they get to know you. The only times they don't are like the example I was talking about earlier, where you are when you're calling out someone who essentially lives their life in a way that is, you know, very unhealed and very living life in a way that is very inauthentic and is self-serving at all costs. You are that type of person's nightmare. It doesn't need to devolve into like psychological diagnoses to be valid or true. But anyway, I also think though that you are somebody who's really good at responding to things in the moment. Like you're probably someone who's hard to make concrete plans with. You seem to be more of a type B person, at least to the people that know you. You're very good at pranks and surprises is one thing I'm seeing here. And you are also someone who, you have a very unique voice. Like, going back to the voice thing, and I'm not saying that in like a good way or bad way, but just like when people hear your voice, they know it's you. Like, you have a really unique voice. It like makes me think of, you know, a good example would be like Rose from Blackpink. Like, I think she has a very, like, you hear her and you know it's her singing. Who else? I mean, there's plenty. Miley Cyrus is a great example of a singer. You hear her and you know that's Miley Cyrus. Who else? I don't know. There's just iconic voices, right? Like, I'm sure you can think of some in your own. Gucci Mane, I think, has like a voice. I can pick his voice out in a rap song like immediately, partially because I love him, but like also because like he has, yeah, just like his voice is unique. Like, which I guess everybody's voice is unique, right? But like some people have voices where it's like, oh, I can't necessarily tell who that is, and others just have a really distinct, like, oh, that's so-and-so. You have the type of voice where it's like, oh, that's so-and-so. Like, people can hear you out of a crowd, but also you might have a really beautiful singing voice or like a really powerful singing voice, and people that know you may talk about that. I would not be shocked if you're someone who likes to explore outside. Like, maybe if you were a sim, you might have a loves the outdoors trait, or you might like extreme experiences like roller coasters, or, you know, backpacking, like survival backpacking, or like just doing things. Oh, an excellent example of this would be, there's these really cool people, you've probably seen them, their names are like Renee and Tim, and they do and they backpack like across like the continental United States and crazy stuff like that. I would never want to do that in a million years, but I love cheering them on and seeing them love to do what they do. I could see you being like that, like really enjoying intense experiences like that, and experiencing like just extremes in life. I definitely think that, which is interesting because this version of you in your future is straying away from those extremes, and maybe it's just a process of you maturing and kind of settling down, where you're realizing like, I've experienced these extremes and now I want to know what it's like to find balance. But to those that know you, they find you to be someone that's very brave, but also a bit of a mystery. Like, even what you do share with others, I think that there's a level of how much of that is the truth. And I think what that truly comes from is the fact that you don't believe in your truth enough yet. The more you believe in yourself, I think the more clearly you will come across to others, because you won't doubt and question and hesitate what you say beforehand, because you're no longer trying to edit yourself as so much. But also, on a lighter note, I think a lot of people that know you think that you have a great ass. The moon. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. But also, I think to those that know you, your mood might be unpredictable at times. Like, people might not know, like, are you going to be withdrawn or introverted one day, or are you going to be, you know, on a lot of caffeine and like excited? But I don't think that any of those versions of you are bad. It's just more like you have different variations of self. And I would actually say, for those that know you, I would say if you took different people from different areas of your life, they might describe you differently. But those that know you the most would say you are so much fun, and anyone who can't appreciate you should stay the hell away from you, because they love you as you are and never want you to change. And like the thing I was thinking about with Siberian Huskies is like, everybody loves Siberian Huskies, but not everybody could be a great owner to a Siberian Husky. And I would say that is how it is with people that know you. Like, I don't think that there's anyone that genuinely dislikes you for any reason other than they dislike you for exposing something about themselves that they did not want to see. I don't think you're a genuinely like mean or harmful person, but there could be some sensitive people that don't like you because maybe you're a little bit more playful or mischievous, and like they, you know, they feel hurt by that, or they feel uncomfortable with, they might feel like the butt of the joke. But ultimately, like, I don't think anyone sees you as like bad. I think there are some people that don't think you're their cup of tea, and some people that are threatened by what your perceptive abilities pick up on, but those are not bad things. And also, you might have like very beautiful hair, beautiful eyes. You could also have a very nice coat that other people are jealous of, like a literal coat. But yeah, okay, so let's see who you are at work, school, or wherever you do your labor. Ooh, so for that we have the Magician. And we have, wow, okay. So you're definitely someone with a lot of respect at work. This is interesting. So you could come from a prominent position in career, like you could have the spotlight on you. For some of you, you could literally be like a musician. Oh my god, is Miley Cyrus actually watching this? Hi. Okay, obviously I'm bugging around, but I do love her. Anywho, with this, you are really respected at work, and your voice is also really respected at work. I actually think if you have a boss that's a dick to you, it's because they're threatened by you and they see you coming for their throne. So you may want to actually just do that, or consider shaking things up, because you have, if you are in a dead-end job, or a job where you're underappreciated or underpaid, ask for what you want, because I think it is actually criminal what this company or this school might be not school, we'll get there, what companies, if you're in that position, might be getting away with. It's like they might be critical of you because they don't want you to recognize how you're literally a better worker than all of them there, and like you could make them look bad at their jobs. And it's really great to have a subordinate that's as effective as you, because usually they're more challenging. If you're in school, a lot of people have a really high opinion of you, at least in terms of what they think you're going to achieve. I wouldn't be shocked if you would be voted something like Mr. or Miss Congeniality, because part of what is rooted in your success is your personality. You may feel like that your personality is a deterrent to success, but the deterrent to your success is hiding yourself and feeling ashamed of yourself. So for those of you that are in school, when people see who you really are, they see your spark, they see your magic, and they recognize how far you could go in life. People at school also see you, if you're in school, they see you as a leader. They see you as someone who inspires them and someone who's really good at writing. I wouldn't be shocked if you're in school if you have people that come to you for help with writing. But also they see you as someone who dreams big and who's capable of a lot. I wouldn't be shocked if you're in school if you are involved in things like student government, or just something that leadership positions that put you in a visible place. People have a very people see you as someone who will be very accomplished in the future, and probably see you as accomplished already. It's likely you're accomplished at the school you're in. But at work, I would say you're already in a high position or destined for one, and people at work see that. You know, there might be someone that recognizes like there's no way this person is going to stay at this company for longer than 5 years, but let's take what we can and support them moving forward. But people also see you at, especially if you work like in a more corporate job or something like that, they see you as somebody who can do the work of an entire team yourself, who is very valuable. And like I said, I do kind of get the vibe for some of you that you may have bosses or people in leadership positions that are maybe taking advantage of how valuable you are, or don't want you to know how valuable you are, because then you might ask for more or want something else, and they're trying to conserve, right? But also, you could come from like a powerful family or a family with a powerful reputation. So there could be just this kind of assumption at work that you're also the same way. People could project assumptions onto you that maybe are true or not true. But if anything, I think that there's something different about you. Like, you do just kind of have a main character energy at work and school that is kind of unavoidable. I would be willing to bet there's a lot of times where you try to coach yourself to be like mysterious and quiet and like want to be that way. But when it comes down to it, when someone proposes something in a meeting that you know won't work, you can't help but speak your mind. When you see a vision for a project, you can't help but spearhead it because you have the best vision to ground it. People really value your opinions. And I also think you're a much more effective communicator than you realize. And it is especially at work. I would say maybe a little bit less so at school, just because the audience that you might be receiving at a school may be less willing to see the nuances in what you're saying and analyze what you're saying in good faith. But I mean, that can happen at work too. I do think people at work really value what you have to say. And I think that, your power for truth is really important in a work context, whether that's now or in your future, because you have the ability to say things that other people are too afraid of. If your boss is already trying to hide, if already giving you shit anyway and criticizing you, what's the harm in speaking your truth? And I think that's actually really important. You are somebody who's destined for a lot, and I would look at your 10th house in your birth chart. If you don't know what a birth chart is, it's an astrology chart, and you can go online and generate one easily. There is a section called the 10th house. I would look and see what's up there. The 10th house is also your midheaven, and your midheaven is who you are at work. I, for example, am a Cancer midheaven, and a lot of times people call me mother in the comments, and I know some people don't like that, but I kind of love it, because in work I am meant to have a more nurturing vibe. I am meant to be caring of people's emotions and, Cancerian energies. I have no Cancer placements in my chart, so tapping into that is maybe less, it's less instinctual and intuitive. So if you don't have any placements in your 10th house, you might want to look at what sign your midheaven is, because you might find more career success by tapping into that sign's energies. But if you do have placements there, you should look at what they mean. They could be really helpful and beneficial for you. Not only that though, I just really think too, like, you are known as someone who has like forged a reputation for themselves, or who you've already done big things and you're recognized for that, or people see that you will do big things whether you see it or not. It's really just a matter of like, it's like, are you well, I guess I shouldn't say Don Draper, because like, are you a season 1 Don Draper or a season 6 Peggy Olson? And this is also your sign to watch Mad Men, because it's one of the best shows ever written. And Matthew Weiner deserves a special spot in heaven for all the beautiful things he's written. Bless that man. Let's see, anything else? I think you're easy to talk to. I think people really like talking to you, and you have a lot of insightful things to say. But I would say especially the most valuable interactions at school and work are the interactions that you have one-on-one with people. I think that is where your true personality really shines. And I think that's where people feel maybe less intimidated by you. I would say that's something. You are kind of intimidating to other people. And I would say that that's something I kind of missed in the moon that I'm kind of more recognizing now, and it makes sense. Part of why people might dislike you is just because you intimidate them and feel insecure about that. And you may not realize you're not intimidating to yourself, because why would you be intimidated by yourself? It's a external perception thing. And you know what? Let them be that way. That just helps you. But anyway, you are definitely someone who you can get the job done. Isn't there a Chappell Roan song that says that? And get the job done? You do that. But you're also somebody who has something special, like has the qualities of a leader, and also is somebody that I think that there are some people in school or work that are jealous of you, because you seem to have something that you stand for that runs deeper than the people that are jealous of you have. Like for you, the reason why you do your work or why you're studying a certain thing is because it has sentimental value or a deeper meaning. Whereas someone else that is doing it is maybe just doing it because it's a well-paying job or because it's what their parents want them to. So they might feel this sense of frustration, like, you know, what do they have that I don't? Because they might feel like, because they might not be able to like consciously pinpoint that is what's bothering them. But the way that you align personally with what you do at work or school, that is going to be what you're most known for, and you can make a huge name for yourself in it. If you're trying to create fame or create a life for yourself of prominence, I see that happening, and I see the other people around you not being surprised when it does happen, because it's like, yeah, we always kind of figured you would do something incredible. I think it's just a matter of you believing in yourself, and you have a way with words. If you're in school, you should never feel nervous of public speaking. I think everybody else in your class might not enjoy listening to you speak publicly because it might make them feel insecure. But don't, after you finish your speeches, be like, oh my God, I feel like I totally messed that up, because you're being that kid in class. It's like, oh my God, I only got a 95%. It's like, okay, all right. We don't feel sorry for you. It might not it might not win you any affections. Not that you have to win those. You're allowed to feel insecure about your own performance, but I think that you might underestimate the power of how you share yourself and the efficacy of it. So with that being said, let's go ahead and see who you will always be, no matter how time changes. This was my family nickname growing up. Fun fact. Hell yeah, you will always be yourself, bitch. And I say bitch as a term of endearment, not like what's that character in Breaking Bad? Pink, Jesse Pinkman. He says bitch a lot, doesn't he? It's a show I need to watch, but I love you, bitch. And I ain't gonna stop loving you, bitch. That's how I feel about you. That's how your guides feel about you. And that is who you will always be, is yourself. I know that sounds derivative, but who you will always be are the core values you came to this world with, and the refinement of them as you grow and evolve in life. Who you will always be is true to yourself and true to who you are in that moment. And who you will always be is someone who creates with care and with an understanding of the impact of your creations. Maybe not in terms of how things will literally be impacted by what you create, but rather the potential pitfalls of what you're creating or the potential effects, and trying to create with care and wisdom. You are ultimately someone who creates from their inner spark and from their inner source, and you're someone who is always going to be creating, whether and creativity is not exclusive to just art, but ultimately you are someone who will always create for themselves. And that's why what you create is so meaningful, because it's not being distilled by, let me put it this way, when you create something for everyone, it's for no one. And there is a clear decline in quality when a beloved thing becomes wildly mainstream and more money, more vision, more access, more resources, more to lose becomes a thing, you know? You're gonna see, I'm sure you've seen this with YouTubers, you know, the more that they grow, the less authentic they become. And honestly, you should never ever judge them for that, because like it is a deeply psychologically intense thing. And I think that it's understandable that people, as they become more exposed, feel the need to hide. There's just kind of a natural, like, given that, well, not a given, I think that you can still be authentic and protect yourself. But I think that also there are a lot of people that do lose authenticity over time, and exposure. But you're not one of those people, because you're not trying to grow from a place of exposure or anything like that. And I'm not saying that, maybe for some of you, what you do is like social media, or you have like a career where you are in like an entertainment industry, or in an industry where a lot of output is based on what people think will be liked. And part of why what you're doing works is because it's for you. And some of the greatest works of art have come about because they were made from that place. Like David Chase in The Sopranos. Like, he wrote The Sopranos from such an authentic place. Like, you know, Livia is based on his own mother. It's written in ways like, I mean, obviously there's a lot more to it, but like, your best creations will come from your heart and will have meaning for you and will be what you want to see. And like I was saying earlier, Mad Men, another example of an excellently written show that Matthew Weiner has also written for. He also wrote for The Sopranos on the later seasons. You know, he, like, in interviews that I've watched of him, you know, I think there's a real loyalty to his vision and loyalty to the story he wants to tell and the points he wants to make, and to how things actually were in the 1960s. And I think that shines through. Like, there's not a whole lot, like, it's really easy to want to add like fan service or shit like that, but when you do that stuff, you might lose the integrity or the power of the story you're telling. And that is an aspect of who you will always be. The people that I am listing, you have qualities with like them, because you are someone who will honor the source and the point of what you're creating over the desire of how people would like to see it or the output. You are someone who recognizes, I don't need everyone else to see the vision. I need to see the vision. I need to believe in the vision. And if I can do that, then it's worth it. But also, you will always be a bit of a mystery to people. And I think that people will learn more about you, less by just talking to you and more by observing what you put out in the world and what you choose to do. That's really going to show people who you are. Because a lot of your care, your concern, and the strength of your character is shown in those little decisions where you could take the easy way, or you could do something that's less refined, or you could make shortcuts or make decisions that are inherently selfish, but you don't, because you care about the vision, you care about the values, you care about what you stand for. And you will always be someone who is led from your own inner truth. That's a big reason why Spirit finds it to be so powerful. And you are someone who is meant to be a leader, not a follower. You are someone who is meant to walk your own path. And you will always be someone that walks your own path. And truthfully, I think that there is one thing here that you do need to know, is that you will always feel a little bit like, man, am I the only one who feels this way or sees things this way? And you might feel like you're lonely sometimes. You might feel lonely sometimes. I mean, I think that's human, but you are not alone, and you will always realize you're not alone when you stay true to your visions and your own intentions and your integrity, and see the results of that out in the world. Because while your vision and your voice may not be the predominant opinion or the dominant thing that people want to see in the collective, there are people that need your vision and need your voice, and that will appreciate you and what you share with the world beyond just this lifetime. I do feel whatever you're doing has a greater legacy, and I do think that there's a bit of mythos that will be created about you as you grow and evolve. Some of it true, some of it not. But the core of it, I think, will be you will always be seen on the outside, truthfully, through those impactful choices that you make and through what you create. But you will always also be a bit of a mystery to everyone else. And I think even a little bit of a mystery to yourself. But one thing I can also say is that you will always be true to your intentions and to your integrity. And I don't think you ever have to worry about you selling your soul or what's the term? Selling yourself short. You will always go your own way and always and truly never be alone, because you're never going to neglect yourself. I think the most you've ever neglected yourself is in the past and in the present and dissipating as we speak. And I think your future is one where you see that the inner wisdom you've always had is not only sharing a very necessary voice the world needs to hear, but it's also creating things the world needs as well. Whatever those things are, whether it's creating a family with another cool human like you and you guys creating other cool humans that, you know, march to the beat of their own drum, and you create an environment that fosters individuality, or, you know, you create works of art or write books or share journalism anonymously, like whatever you do in life, I think you'll always create in some way that will be satisfying and fulfilling for you, but you'll always go your own way. And I think that you will always, like, you will never have to worry about losing yourself, because even if you don't know who you are, you will still honor what you don't know and what feels true to you over what the pack and the crowd tells you to do. And that's some badass shit. And you will always have a discerning mind and an excellent prowess for analysis. And as a Virgo moon, I love that. If you have any Virgo placements, I would look at that as well, because you could be a bit of a Virgo. Whew. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish this reading off with a message from your soul. So there's going to be like a color mandala and a number, and then I'm going to read whatever the book says about it. But the number that comes out, I want you to take that either as like a significant number or something to hold on to. There might be some significance to it. So Spirit, what message does pile 1's soul have for pile 1? Okay. So we have this little purpley rainbow mandala, and the number is 38. So 8s and 3s are significant for you. Maybe you're 38, or maybe you're turning 38. So that could be the 2038, or I'm laughing because I've been saying recently, who's commenting in 2031? I'm like, oh, who's commenting in 2038? Your 38th year might be significant. Anyway, evolving vision. There is a time when visions or dreams, no matter how marvelous they are, need to be upgraded to meet the present circumstances. There's a spontaneous, wild, and unpredictable quality to life and your own inner world that requires flexibility and responsiveness to those who wish to live creatively and connected to the endless emanations of divine play. Sometimes we have to grow to meet the vision. Sometimes the vision needs to grow to meet us. Sometimes the vision needs to grow to meet us. Be discerning of your vision and ask, is it big enough for me? It could be bigger. Oh my God, I can't say that out loud. I have to. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever said. But I just heard in my head, take a male, take a penis pump to your vision. That's what I heard. It was really ridiculous, and there are some things even I'm like, I don't know if I can say that out loud, but it was really funny. And honestly, like, anyway, my mind is an enigma. and I really can't place blame on what I'm channeling. That probably came from me. I know myself. The universe is lovingly prodding you to become aware that there is more depth and richness to your divine path than you thought. Instead of one course meal, a sumptuous banquet is in order. It might seem counterintuitive, but it does take courage to receive. What did I tell you about receiving? It involves confronting our previously unconscious smallness of mind or heart. Let smaller notions be stretched by the higher will of divine purpose. Be bold with your openness to what can be. Many new things are becoming possible for you now, and through that, much benefit shall emerge for many. So yeah, like your guides are literally reiterating what I said, and I want you to know that you can have more than you ever thought, and you're going to receive more. Like, are you Britney Spears? Because you should be saying, give me more. It's Britney, bitch. It's you. Who are you really? Britney Spears. Anyway, the singers really came through in this one. Pile number 1. Wow. How long was this? Woo, not too bad. 1 hour and 5. Okay, that's doable. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background while you did something else. I don't expect you to watch them. I'm not a monster, but it helps me so much and lets me not have to take sponsorships and stuff from companies. I am in danger of having to do that due to issues with Vimeo, so thank you for just letting my ads play in the background, because it's one of the simplest and easiest ways to help me and show appreciation and support for my channel. But other ways to do that, liking this video, thank you so much to everyone who does that, commenting down below and letting me know how it resonates, subscribe if you haven't already, click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading, and check out my merch, you can check out my social media, you can check out my I said candles, other videos, ones with extendeds. Yeah, you can tell your friends about me. You can pray for me, ask the universe to send me blessings, or, you know, send your love through the ether. I'll send it back. But yeah, that's all I have for you guys. This was a really cool reading. You're a really cool person, and I'm really happy I got to know you. Thank you guys so much for watching and for being here. I hope you will have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching. I love you so much, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 2. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Clear Aura Quartz Tower and the Flower Child Tarot, this is going to be your reading on Who Are You Really? So I'm just giving this a little preliminary shuffle. If you want a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro, but I will have timestamps if you want to skip this shuffling portion, because not only am I going to be drawing your topics, but I am also going to be shuffling all your tarot and picking out unique oracle decks for depending on the topics. So I have my eyes closed. Not like I could see anything anyway with my hand in here, but Pile 2, Spirit, what aspects of Pile 2 are we here to talk about? Okay, 1. What else for Pile 2, please, Spirit? 2. What else for Pile 2? This one wants to come out. 1 more, Spirit. What are we here to talk about when it comes to Pile 2? Okay. So let's see what these are. First and foremost, who are you when you're aligned with your truth? So we're going to be looking at that. Get under there. We are going to be looking at who are you to your guides, God, the universe. This one came out for group 1. We are going to be looking at who are you when you're with your family. And finally, motherfucker, get under there. Oh man, this is like so hard for people who just do things seamlessly. I'm like, okay, I know this is grating. And we also have who are you as a creator? Interesting. Okay, so that being said, let's start shuffling. So Spirit, Who is pile 2 when they are aligned with their truth? Who is pile 2 to their guides, the universe, whatever greater unconditionally loving source they believe in, or whatever greater unconditionally loving source that is willing to be a mouthpiece even if pile 2 does not believe in it? Maybe you're your own God. Who is pile 2 when they are with their family? And finally, who is pile 2 as a creator? And interestingly, I am being told that we need to use a specific... Oh, and who will pile 2 always be, at least in this lifetime? Who will pile 2 always be in this lifetime? Who will pile 2 always be in this lifetime? Okay, cool. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Okay. Iris Oracle, you're right down here. Okay. I was not going to use this bad boy. This is the Iris Oracle. But also, little message from me to you, I love you. I also, to this creator, I love you and your deck. Because it's such a beautiful deck. And I see why Spirit was like, you need to use it. So we're going to use this one to clarify who you are as a creator. And I will also warn you that I might need to refine, or I might need to look at guidebooks for some of the oracles, just so I can get all the context, but I'll read intuitively first, of course. Pile number 2, please, Spirit. Who is pile number 2 as a creator? Okay, thank you. Let's see. So I used this Animal Apothecary deck last time for this topic. I feel called to use it for that again, but I also feel called to use it for when you're aligned with your truth. So who is pile number 2 when they are aligned with their truth, please? Who is pile number 2 when they're aligned with their truth? And who is pile number 2 to their gods, or to the greater loving source wisdom that they believe in, or the greater loving source wisdom that they don't believe in, but that is still willing to be a mouthpiece for pile 2? Okay, who you are with family, I feel really called to use this Essential Oils Oracle deck. I really love this deck, honestly. So I'm kind of interested to see what will come out here, but it's really thick. Okay, look at how strong I am. Like, thank you to everyone who comments on how strong I am, because you're right. I should be in the Arnold. Okay. They'd be like, welcome to the Salty Spittoon. How tough are you? You just show them that shuffle, and I'll show them that shuffle, and they'll let me in. SpongeBob reference for those of you that are like, what the hell is she talking about? Okay. Who is pile number 2 when they are with family? Who is pile number 2 when they are with family? Okay. And then I feel called to use this Angel Number Messages Oracle to clarify who you will always be. So who will pile number 2 always be? At least in this lifetime, who will pile number 2 always be? Pile number 2 got 2 cards. Okay, let's roll. All right, let's start by looking at who are you when you're aligned with your truth. Oh, thank you for being here. I'm so excited for this reading. The pile one was so much fun. So buckle up and grab your popcorn, because you might be here for a bit. We have the 9 of Cups, and we have You Are More. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna, all the cards were like scrunched up to the top in pile 1's reading, so I'm gonna make sure we utilize the room that we have more. Okay, I'll just do it like that. Is that? Yes, perfect. Okay. Who are you when you're aligned with your truth? You are someone who wants for nothing. You are someone who sees all their blessings and also knows that more are on the way. When you are aligned with your truth, you are completely content, but also it's not just contentment, it's deep satisfaction and fulfillment with who you are, who you've become, and what you are always created to be. So I'm really intrigued to look at what this is going to say here, because I do think that there is a root in like your creation. But when you're aligned with your truth, you recognize that all the limitations you judged yourself because you thought you had were just stepping stones to you recognizing the expansive self you really are. When you're aligned with your truth, you just feel good, and other people feel good being around you. When you're aligned with your truth, your wishes come true. I mean, the 9 of Cups is like the wish fulfillment card. And you will find that when you're aligned with your truth, you almost have too much. Like, to actually sit, sorry, I was burping, to actually sit in the reality of all the blessings you've cultivated, all the wisdom you've gained, and to acknowledge and recognize like the hard work that it has taken for you to feel at home within yourself, for you to honor what your truth is, to honor who you are. That's going to be like a very humbling experience for you, and one where you also realize you can do anything. And none of your challenges, when you're aligned with your truth, ever truly feel like challenges. Like, you're in such a position of centeredness where you don't see challenges as failures or a sign you're doing something wrong. You see challenges as, oh, how can I alchemize this into being even greater? There's a gentleness to you where you don't rush, and yet you get where you need to go. It's interesting because that was kind of a theme of pile 1. If you were drawn to pile 1, you might want to check it out. But for some of you, you may not resonate with a lot of aspects of pile 1, but if you still feel drawn to it and there's aspects you don't resonate with, there might just be one category you need to hear. But yeah, I mean, but this is going to be a long reading, so I completely understand if you're like, Asa, you're lucky to have me for an hour. I am so lucky to have you for an hour, which is probably what this is going to be. So thank you. Thank you. I am so lucky and blessed to have you here. And I think that when you're aligned with your truth, you recognize that you're so lucky and blessed not only to be here on this planet, but to be yourself. I also think that when you're aligned with your truth, it's easy for you to act in ways that honor your soul. And what I mean by that is, like, I think an excellent example of this is, like, you know, when we want to act from a place of ego, or when we want to be petty or things like that, petty small things won't get to you when you're aligned with your truth. So one way you'll know you're not in alignment with that is when you are getting bogged down by the small things. In the words of our Lord and Savior, Countess Luann de Lesseps, I literally lost the plot. What does she say in Chic C'est La Vie? The little things can knock you down, so it's best to brush them off. Who are you when you're aligned with your truth? Chic C'est La Vie. C'est bon. C'est bon. Okay, yeah, okay. You definitely need to go down the rabbit hole that is Countess Luann and her music career. This is non-negotiable. Chic C'est La Vie is actually the theme, is one of the many songs that Kino Tarot and I share as an inside joke. So if you want to share that with us, I'm sure she would love it if you commented on her channel, Chic C'est La Vie, or, you know, gems, jets, silhouettes, champagne in the sky, fine premieres and fireworks every single night. This is you. This is your vibe. Like, you may not want gems, jets, silhouettes, champagne in the sky, but you feel the way that the Countess feels in her lifestyle, where she's just like comfortable and confident. She says that in the song, confident and cool. Passion is the key. Live the life you want to live. There's no sympathy. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah. The vibe that she evokes. It's not going to win a Grammy or anything, but it's about the vibe, okay? And it's iconic in its own way. And here's the thing about you. You're going to feel like you're gonna like see the beauty in life and the beauty of yourself, and understand like a lot of what causes you suffering and a lot of what keeps you stuck from embracing your truth is just the fear of you not knowing what it looks like when you are unapologetically aligned with your truth. And you might be like, well, what is my truth? I don't know, dude. That's up to you to figure out. a lot of times your truth is ever evolving, but I think there can be really big things here. Like, obviously there's a rainbow here. So maybe for some of you, you feel like, you know, if you are, you know, struggling with accepting your sexuality or struggling with accepting a part of yourself, you know, that you feel kind of ashamed of, that is, you know, just a part that's inherent to who you are. I promise you the pain of hiding is going to be less, is going to be more than the pain of not, well, I guess I would say, you know, depending on the circumstances, they're you know, being open and transparent about who you are could literally be dangerous. So obviously I wouldn't recommend you do something to like the detriment of your own safety and well-being. Obviously be discerning, but I think that it is sad that we're in a world right now where people are wanting to make it less acceptable to be your authentic self. But even if that is occurring, it's really unfair for yourself to not accept that that's who you are. And I think part of like aligning with your truth is aligning with what's real and what has meaning for you, and accepting who you are, irregardless of whether the greater society around you understands it. And honestly, it's none of their business. They don't even need to know. And especially if it is in your best interest to not be open about it publicly, that's all the more important for you to honor that privately, because there is nothing wrong with you and there is nothing to be ashamed of. It's society and the fears it has and the judgments and the misunderstandings. That is part of what's wrong. And you're doing something incredible by not betraying yourself and denying who you are. You don't need other people to validate and see who you are. That's a wonderful and important thing, and I really hope you have that, and I really hope you're in a position where you are safe enough to be yourself. But if you're not, I'm so sorry, and I just want to send you a big hug, and I can't even imagine how it must feel for you. And I just want you to know that I can't make it better. I wish I could. But I hope you know you're safe here, and I hope you know that what makes you true to you is never something that you should feel like you have to be ashamed of or hide or deny. And it's unfortunate that there are circumstances in the world right now that are making that the case for some. And if you're in that situation, I'm so sorry, and I really hope you have the help and the resources that you need. And if you don't, I would really encourage you. Part of self-acceptance can maybe finding, you know, online support or other people who are like you. You know, just even having friends, I think, could be helpful for that. But also, you are more than those things. You know, you're more than just an identity that other people might not understand or be prejudiced against. You're so much more than that. You're a beating heart. You're a beautiful mind. You are an amalgamation of your ancestors and an amalgamation of your world experiences, and there is no one else in the world like you. You know, humans do have a lot in common, but you are the only person living your life in your way, thinking your thoughts, seeing the exact things you're seeing and witnessing and processing in the exact pattern in the exact moment that you are. There is no one in this world like you. And when you're aligned with your truth, you see that a lot of the things that make you feel like you need to hide, a lot of the things that make you feel like you need to be embarrassed or ashamed of yourself, a lot of the things that make you think that there's something inherently wrong with you or inherently wrong with what you believe in, those are not only things that are not what you're meant to judge yourself towards, but also you are so much more than the parts of yourself you feel you need to hide. And whether it's hiding them from yourself or hiding them from the world, I think that when you're aligned with your truth, you feel free. And it may have, and the external circumstances may not change, but it's an internal acceptance and freedom from self-judgment and self-criticism that will help you feel free. And hopefully, if you're in a position where you're not able to express that outwardly, if you want to, if you feel ready to, I hope that I know that you will be able to reach a place where you do have family. Well, I said family, that's interesting what's going to come out here. But I do think that you have some found family out there where if you don't know them yet, you will. Like I can feel them through the ether. Like if you haven't met them yet, you will. And if you have met them, you already know examples of who I'm talking about, because you'll know it's them because you will see yourself in them. And it will make you realize, oh, I'm doing the same thing they are. And it's so clear from my perspective that they have no reason to be ashamed or hide or feel bad about who they are. It's like you're gonna see your same qualities and your same struggles and people who understand them intimately and viscerally, just like you, and realize it's not you guys that are the problem. It's not you guys that should be ashamed. It's a society so intolerant and so fearful and wounded that it cannot accept what it doesn't understand. And I really hope that, we will change that. We will. But in the meantime, you don't need to wait for that progress to stop you from loving who you are and being aligned with who you are. And the beautiful thing is that your truth can always change. And I think another thing you're going to find when you're aligned with your truth, because some of you might find like, you're like, I'm not in that position. I don't feel unsafe to be myself. I do accept who I am. But maybe there are aspects of your truth that will change over time, where at one point, maybe you're really happy at a certain place in life and you're feeling satisfied and good. And then all of a sudden it's not enough or it's too small. Now, I do say that with nuance because, this isn't a blow off all your commitments and be reckless and, you know, I mean, well, I guess you can, like, there's nothing that says that you can't. I mean, it's just the consequences of that can be far reaching and potentially devastating if it's just a phase or, you know, something like that. But I think really what this thing, like when you're aligned, what you're aligned with your truth is about is there's something you're deeply fulfilled. And not only that, but you find more to love about yourself, more to discover about yourself, more to explore. You attract opportunities effortlessly. And it doesn't matter if people don't realize you're the shit, because when you're aligned with your truth and you know you're the shit, everybody wakes up eventually. And I think that's a big thing too, is with this you are more, there's a lot of nonsense you're able to fly above. And I love that this, first of all, this bird is a predator. So never see yourself as small, because you are powerful. And when you're aligned with your truth, you are able to soar and screech so loud, no bigoted take or hateful person or internal self-judgment or inner bullying can stop your powerful spirit from soaring and from you living your life and your truth and sharing it when you feel called to, when you want to. You're flying above a lot of, you know, like the desert is dry. It's, and the Nine of Cups is like, ew. Technically speaking, it's one of the wettest cards in the deck, but there's a, that's what she said kind of thing to that. No amount of misery, emotional dryness, bitterness, anger, frustration, egoic, mental nonsense can tear you from your feel-good bubble when you're aligned with your truth. Because honestly, I feel like for a lot of you, you don't need a lot to be happy. You just need to be true to yourself and what has meaning to you in that moment, and to share your heart authentically with others who cherish it and love it and are willing to receive it right back. Part of you being aligned with your truth is you have a soul tribe. Like if you are someone who's like, if you're one of the people, bless you, that is like asking me to do best friend readings, I've done one of them, you should check that out. If you're wondering if you're ever gonna find your people, you will. You are going to find your people if you haven't found them yet. And it will be a lot easier to do that when you have a better idea of what your truth is and what you stand for. Because what you'll find is that those people are kindred spirits and you feel really accepted by them and really loved by them and don't feel like you have to hide. There's like a purity and an innocence in what you do where you don't have to necessarily police yourself or be overly critical of yourself or hide yourself, because you know, I am safe here, I am welcome here. And here is within yourself, and here is in the environment that you have the power to cultivate. I also think that a lot of the nonsense that might drag you down, like, you know, ignorant stuff in the media, or, you know, misguided people treating you poorly, or, you know, just the nonsense of human existence. I feel like a lot of that is just not even going to be able to touch you, because the deep emotional fulfillment you have, you're just going to be like, man, I just pray for those people, and I hope that they get to feel as good as I feel living my life and staying in my own lane, because that's what you're doing. And honestly, I think too, when you're aligned with your truth, you really don't have to work hard. Life moves very effortlessly and very quickly, and it's almost like you don't even have to go out and strive for things. Like, things come to you quite easily. You have more, you are more, and your sense of self is so strong, literally nothing can clip your wings. Like, nothing can tear you down. Wow, you're pretty cool. Okay, let's look at who you are to your guides and the universe. Ooh, okay. I love that. I'm only taking them out because I'm trying to make sure there's no rogue boobies, because my corporate overlords don't like that, and please don't demonetize me, daddy. Okay. I love this. I love this. I love this. I love this. To your guides, to the universe, to the God you may or may not believe in, to whatever the God, goddess, whatever you call it, whatever you do or don't believe in, whatever unconditionally loving source that I believe in on your behalf that is witnessing you. They see all of you. They see the parts of you that are still healing. They see the parts of your light you have yet to recognize or yet to reconnect to. They see the depth of your mind, the wisdom in your analysis, and also the what's the best way to word this? The validity of the painful experiences you've been through. They see that you feel isolated, and and you may be isolated, maybe literally, or just maybe in terms of having meaningful connection. And that's another example of where I would say, please turn to your passions and turn to communities that share certain experiences with you. I will say, you know, maybe be discerning, because sometimes like those communities can be just a source to air out grievances all the time, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it can be problematic if it's like too much all the time and there's never any like positivity about what makes them all special and things like that. I guess just like be discerning, but you can do that. You're an adult. I don't need to hold your hand. But maybe you want me to hold your hand. Oh, do you want me? Here's my hand. I wish I could hold your hand and just tell you how special you are. And like, I feel like your guides are holding your hand too. I'm the Beatles and I want to hold your hand. It's like, you don't need your hand held, but it would be nice for someone to hold your hand. And I get that, and I see that, and that's valid. And your guides see that too. And they want you to know, they know you feel alone. And they wish, well, I guess I get to be an example of physicality manifesting itself as their voice, so that they can say, we see you, we love you, and you are not alone. We know that it hasn't been easy. We know the depths of the pain you've experienced, the feelings of isolation, and, you know, just the visceral nature of the human experience. We see how it's been for you, and we don't think you're bad or wrong or should be ashamed of how you've coped with that. Not only that, though, one thing that they see that I don't know if you do is the fact that moving on from these things is easier than you realize. And I don't say that to be like your problems aren't hard or your suffering wasn't that bad. Rather, this is actually something that I learned about. Animals don't really seem to hold on to trauma the way that humans do, because they keep moving. I mean, also I'm sure there's like neurological things and like aspects of the frontal lobe and plenty of other things, but animals in the wild, they keep moving. They keep living. And there's something about, like, I was told about it once. There are scientific studies about this, that like movement helps heal trauma. And one thing that your guides see that maybe you don't is if you have a difficult relationship with your body, if you have a difficult relationship with movement and exercise, and self-acceptance in that, I think one thing your guides are wanting you to know, and one aspect of who you are you may not recognize, is someone that enjoys movement as a form of healing. And so that doesn't mean going to a boot camp and torturing yourself. That might mean dancing to music that you really enjoy. I'm seeing visuals of drag queens, so like maybe drag is something that you're interested in, or like an art form with movement, you know, like interpretive dance, or maybe you just like to go on silly little walks. But no matter what, I think one thing that your guides want you to see is that the key to letting go, releasing, and moving on is within you. It's not going to be granted from outside, from some outside source that says, okay, you've healed enough, we'll release you from your burdens now. You have the ability to do that. And the thing is that you might not permanently eradicate them. They might come back up. You might have to revisit certain things. But I do think that you have, like pile one, a very strong mind, even though these energies are very different. You have a strong mind, and I think sometimes it's really easy to replay the stories of the horrors you've experienced in your past and allow them to create a boogeyman in your present and project it into your future that makes you think that what you've gone through is insurmountable and that you will never be someone who just feels at peace, or whoever just feels like it's okay to be themselves. One thing your guides want you to know is that no one will ever heal you the way accepting yourself, seeing yourself, and supporting yourself through the process of however you work through your traumas, your pain, your wounds. However you work through that, you are going to do that better than anyone else. And while there can and should be facilitators and professionals when applicable and when available, I feel like one thing your guides want you to know is that none of that will ever be truly released until you're ready to let it go. And letting it go may be a continuous process. You may let it go for a time, but it may come back, and you may hold on to it. It may be painful, and it may be hard. And I think one thing your guides want you to know is that every time it comes up, it doesn't mean you've failed at healing. It just means you have an opportunity to refine how you've healed this specific issue even more deeply, and see if there's more wisdom this time around that you weren't aware of. And rather seeing it as a sign that you failed or done something wrong, your guides want you to see that there's a great wisdom in it. It's not a punishment, but also you are someone who creates meaning out of your stories. And the stories that you can't create a satisfying meaning from are the ones that are still a work in progress. You will know that a problem has been healed when you feel that there's a satisfying and uplifting conclusion that brings you peace in your heart. And so if you haven't found that yet, maybe let go of the story entirely until it comes back around, and maybe you do. But I think one thing your guides want you to see is that when something has an unsatisfying conclusion, or just feels like a hopeless or negative thing is the final result, there's a reason why you feel dissatisfied with that, and why it's hard to let go. Because when you're aligned with your truth, letting go is very easy. Okay, Elsa. Okay, Ice Queen. You are somebody who has a really rich inner world, and you can make that world heaven or hell. And that's why, self-acceptance is going to be so powerful for you, because when you create your own inner heaven, you're literally going to see heaven on earth, despite the horrors that may be before you. And this is a very needed level of consciousness that the world needs to have, because the horrors are not going to stop once we didn't start the fire. That song? It was always burning since the world's been turning. We need people centered, grounded in a balanced perspective you know, inspiring others to not fall into their own pits of despair and to make things worse than they already are. You know, you are somebody who is meant to lead from within, and your guides see you as someone who, I think a lot of the power of your experience and the power of this lifetime is going to be much more evident to you as you get older. Maybe your first Saturn return is significant because we have the number 27 here, but also we have the number 9. And 9 is a very significant number in terms of like closing out cycles. It's also a number of independence. And I do think your guides see you as someone who has a powerfully independent spirit. And while you shouldn't lean on your independence as something to be like, I don't need other people, I do think there are things you are seeking within others that would actually be far more gratifying if you gave them to yourself. Like, for example, permission to let go of something, giving yourself closure to something that you may not be able to receive from someone else. But also your guides see you as someone who has a very profound view of the world and a very powerful way to articulate it. And also a very sensitive and nurturing way about you that not everybody else has. You are able to combine both gentleness and objective truth. Now, objective is subjective for every human, right? But like when I mean objective, like you're able to be gentle and rational. That's it. There's a pragmatism, a rationality, and a gentleness to you. When all of that works together, allows you, when you develop that process internally, because I think you know how to develop that process for people outside of you. I bet you're the person that people go to for advice. You're the person that you find strangers come to you and you know, trauma dump on you or tell you stories and don't know why, and you give really insightful things to people and people say, wow, you're really wise beyond your years, or wow, you're really wise, you've used your years well. And that's true and that's valid, but it's really you're truly not gonna understand the value of that gift until you turn it inward. So every time you do that for someone else, pay attention to what you're doing and say, okay, what am I doing within this process and how do I need to externalize it to give it to myself? Because I think what you're gonna find is you come up with better solutions for yourself than other people will, because you get yourself better than other people do. And I think what your guides also see about you is the fact that you are more capable of, I don't want to just focus it on healing. I feel like your guides see about you that you're really focused on healing. And I feel like the fact that you always feel like there's more for you to heal is part of why it feels like you can't be aligned with your truth. The truth is that you are healed. Like, you may have wounds that you're working through in this moment. You know, you may have traumas still that surface, but there's nothing wrong with you. You're an animal as well as a vessel for divinity. You're both things, and the animal aspects of you are going to biology gonna biology, and like, yeah, your brain is gonna bring up some things that are painful. You're gonna sometimes still have to process things that have been left unresolved, but you're still whole. You're whole right now. And not only that, your wisdom is going to have much further reaching implications for yourself and others when they come from a place of, I've gone through this wound and I've come to this conclusion, I've learned this and I've alchemized it into this. When you have a satisfying resolution that brings you peace, that's when you'll know that you've come through something well enough to be an authority on it, or to speak on it and share it with others. But also, I think one thing that your guides and the universe see about you that they want to acknowledge is the fact that you are an individual. And like, there are certain things where it's like, anyone who tries to help you is always going to miss the mark a little bit because they are unable to walk in your shoes, or in this froggy's case, hop in their webbed feet. You have a wisdom beyond your years, And I think that part of why it may be hard to shake off, especially some childhood trauma, is because I think you came into this world a very deep and sensitive soul and aware of things on a much deeper level than maybe other kids were. And there's nothing wrong with that, but I do think that your guides see that there is a version of you that exists sooner rather than later, whose trauma and whose wounds are not the identity, and I'm not saying that they are the core of your identity or the main aspects of your story. Rather, what is meant to be your story is how you move through that experience, how you didn't let those experiences change who you are or misguide you into believing that there was something wrong with you. You are at your best when you are unapologetic about who you are, but also honest with others about what it took to get there, and honest with yourself about what excuses you might make out of fear of what change asks of you. I think one thing that your inner world and your guides and the universe see in you is the fact that you're far more capable than you realize. And whether you can or you can't, you're right. And one of your greatest strengths and your greatest gifts that you can give to yourself is to have that gentle, rational honesty and extend it to yourself. I think that your trauma manifests in self-punishment and self-flagellation. And I think there is a part of you that doesn't know who you are without it. And I think what you will find is that who you are without it is who you always were and who you were always meant to be, which is the true you. The you that loves, honors, and respects themselves the way that not only the universe does, but the way you deserve to as well. Beautiful. Okay, let's look at who you are with family. So for that, we have the Fool, and we have encouraging. The theme is motivation. The trigger statement is, I don't know where to start. And the true statement is, I take action now. You will find clarity in the ability to create now. This is your time to make things happen. So I'm really wondering if for a lot of you, this is more so related to your found family than your biological family. However, it could also be your biological family. Who you are with family could be someone that's a lot more free. You know, if you are accepted in your biological family, I guess I would say in general, whether this is found family or your biological family, who you are with them, whether this is both of them or one or the other, you are someone who doubts yourself a lot less. And so for some of you, that's going to resonate for your found family and not your biological family. But I would just say, take the interpretation of family to be whatever family makes you feel accepted and like it's okay to be yourself. And if that is multiple families, then so be it. Who you are with family is someone that helps them see their power. You are also someone who helps your family feel like they can do hard things too. I feel like there are people, even in your biological family, that maybe you don't even get along with, that respect you more deeply than they're willing to admit. And that's partially because I feel like for some of you, you grew up in families where the family values really ground everyone down. You know, maybe you grew up in a really strict religious household, or you grew up in a family where, you know, there was a really toxic parental dynamic. No matter what though, no matter what experiences you've gone through, it seems like your family really respects and admires you. And if there are any specific family members that judge you or that, you know, do not accept you for who you are, I know that those people deep down are really heartbroken by the fact that you're not in their life. And honestly, I feel sad for them that, you know, these other things would get in the way of their connection with you. But I feel like the other people in your family staunchly defend you and tell those people like how foolish they are for not accepting you and how silly it is. And hopefully they will realize that. But, you know, whether or not you accept that, I guess, is your own journey. But you bring a lightness to your family. And also, an ability to cut through long-held traditional beliefs about how things need to be within familial structures. And that even stands for with your found family. You know, within your found family, you might find that there are certain dynamics that are unhelpful or that are replaying certain dynamics that are not the healthiest. And instead of pushing those people away or just succumbing to it, you have the ability to see very clearly interpersonal issues and how they manifest beyond just those interactions between those two people, how they have a ripple effect in their lives beyond just the interpersonal relationship you're highlighting. Your family sees you as quite intuitive. And I think that there's something threatening and almost disarming about that, especially for those that may be a little bit wary. You might find that there are certain family members that are condescending to you or act like your interests or your identity or anything like that is a phase or is silly or is just misguided. And I hope that they get the gift of seeing how incredible you are while they're still alive. I will say that. But I think that you're especially if you have found family, they will see you as somebody, like, you will probably be the leader of this family or one of the, like, people that everyone in the family goes to. You are someone who brings levity to every situation. You are someone who I would say everybody is always excited to have, well, at least all the ones that don't unfairly judge you for their own personal prejudices, let's just say that. And those could be as simple as, like, you have dyed hair and this person can't accept that. You have a tattoo and this person can't accept that. Their own journey is realizing they're on their own journey. That's not your fault. But with your family, I think that you are somebody who lightens up the room. I also think you provide a lot of comedic relief, and there's a level of chaos to you that I think some of your family members appreciate and stress out other ones. But I actually think this external chaos and this external lightness is a manifestation of the density and heaviness you feel internally. And I don't think a lot of your family members really recognize that. I think a lot of family members, whether they're found or biological, see you and they're like, how has Pile 2 been able to go through what they've gone through and still be so bright and cheerful? And I would say you remind me a lot of someone like Robin Williams, you know? He carried a lot of pain and sadness his entire life and yet brought so much joy to the people around him. And, you know, that dichotomy, I think, is a lot more common than we realize. You know, the people that people that are here to cheer us up, the people that motivate us, the people that are encouraging and selfless like you are often either doing it to compensate for the inner pain that they feel, you know, trying not to be what they've received from the world, but also, you know, trying to ensure that others don't feel what they're going through, what you're going through. And I think that you do such a good job of that people believe that you are better than you really are. And that could be part of what has delayed the process of healing for you, is maybe you've been waiting for someone to see certain wounds or pain that you've been carrying that they are not able to, because you carry it so well they don't even realize it's there. And so that's an excellent example of where being aligned with your truth is important, because I don't think that people are going to be able to see it unless you share it. I think it's one of those circumstances where unless you are transparent and saying, hey, you know it seems like I just deal with this and I take it in stride, but the truth is that on the inside, like, it is really painful and it takes me a while to release and to heal. I think, though, there's something about you where you're just a source of motivation and inspiration for your family, and you make your family feel accepted. And I think part of what breaks my heart with that is I feel like that comes from a deep feeling of not being accepted. And it's a beautiful gift to give, but absolutely cruel to not give it to yourself. All the more reason why you should be aligned with your truth. But I also think that you're a source of hope for your family, both of them. And your courage to not, if it's found family, you're a source of inspiration in terms of how you can grow, how you can heal. I think that you will be the one that pieces this family together almost. And so I feel like you will have this knowledge and this wisdom of, here's how this happened. It was organic, or I wasn't trying, but this is what I did. These are the shifts that I made. I think a lot of people trust you, and that you have a lot of profound and insightful wisdom. But also I think you're a bit kooky and silly and goofy, and definitely bring a levity to the room that I think is greatly appreciated. And I also think that you have the ability to know without knowing what someone needs to hear, or the type of support or encouragement someone needs. And no wonder you feel so lonely, because like when you are able to give that intuitively, it's hard, it's easy to assume that other people are able to do that as well. But it is a gift. And I guess if you want to look at it, also kind of a curse, because it's like you can see it in everyone but you, and there's the likelihood of others outside of you being able to provide that same experience is less likely. You know, it's just a rare thing, and it's a beautiful thing. But also, I do think that one thing about who you are with family is that you are someone, and I'm laughing, this is not meant as an insult, someone who's dumb enough to try it. And like that can be interpreted in many ways, but like one of them is, I could see you being like the cousin that is willing to do the reckless thing, or to try the weird food concoction, or to you know, debate politics with a family member that you staunchly disagree with, even though you know it's a losing battle and you're not going to get anywhere. Like, you're someone, I think, who is a bit impulsive, and someone who is brave enough to try, but also like a little wild, like in a sense that like sometimes you boil over and you're just like, you know what, fuck it, I'm about to tell you all the ways you pissed me off in the past 10 years. And I think that actually in that way, you're maybe a bit of a mouthpiece for other people in the family who maybe don't have the courage to speak up, or who are afraid to have the wrath on them. And that's the beauty of being the scapegoat, is it sucks ass, but at least you have nothing to lose. Anyway, I definitely think though as well that with your found family, you represent a new beginning for them. And I really do think you are someone who is, as a creator already, you are someone who creates an environment of acceptance, support, understanding, and love that I don't think that you received when you were young. But part of your healing process is moving forward by making it for the child you who didn't have it, and for the adult you who has the power to create it, and for those who desperately need it. I think it's going to be very powerful. And I also think when it comes to how your family sees you, I think that you help people break free and do new things and try different things and become new versions of themselves that they maybe would be too afraid to explore otherwise. You're a really cool person, Pile 2, and I really hope that you don't let those that let silly surface level things, that they judge you for those things, I really hope you don't take those to heart, because not only are they judging a book by its cover, but like, I don't even know if those people know how to read. So it's like, how are you going to get mad at a book that you don't even know when you don't even know the beautiful story in there? Maybe you're just mad because you can't read. Anyway, let's go ahead and see who you are as a creator. Booby check. You're getting all the frogs. Okay, so frogs must be like a special soul animal for you. And it makes me really want to read from a different guidebook that we're not using, but that I use a lot, the Animal Spirit Guidebook, and just see what frog says there. Because I think it could be beneficial. Ha! Clearing, cleansing, healing. The frog and the water element are also inseparable. The frog spends its first months of life entirely within this healing element, and then emerges to rest on land. But no matter how earthly the frog becomes, its need for cleansing and rejuvenation is regular. So that could be an aspect of self-care that's needed. Like, maybe you need to slow down well, I mean, the part of you that's aligned with truth knows when to slow down and get in the water, right? Frogs tend to become overworked and undernourished, so it's vital that such sensitive creatures practice self-care. This card serves as a reminder that water helps us cleanse, forgive, and release. It's time to dive in. Frogs aren't meant to carry a heavy load. What the fuck did I say? When you're aligned with your truth. I love being correct. I'm correct so much. Okay. When in balance, you have clear energy and an enthusiasm for life. What the fuck? I love me. Okay. When out of balance, depleted, running on empty, and to bring into balance, go to a lake, river, ocean, or bathhouse. Love that. Love me. Okay, let's see what this Iris Oracle has for you. The gallery of those who came before. As a creator, you are a bit of a fighter, but not a fighter in terms of like, oh, I'll fuck you up, bro. Like, I'll be aggressive. Like not fighter, like, oh, you, like, oh, I need to like prove that I'm stronger, like whatever. But rather a fighting against the injustice, you and those that you love and those that you've never met that can identify and understand the struggle that you've been through have also dealt with. You as a creator, you can't just create for novelty. You're meant to create from a place of, this is what needs defending. You're a warrior as a creator, but not because you're looking for a fight, but because you defend what you hold sacred. And what you hold sacred is not only worthy of defending, but it needs people like you out there defending it. And as a creator, I think that this extends not only to what you put out into the world and what you create, whether through your art, through publishing, through conversation, through activism, but also when it comes to how you live your life. You know, you might feel a lot of pressure to mask or to hide yourself in certain ways or to make yourself smaller. But then you remind yourself, no, this is not the life that I was meant to live. This is not the identity I was meant to hide in. I don't need to create anything other than an accurate reflection of who I am that makes me feel safe and that honors the tradition I'm carrying. You are someone who has a really strong ancestral connection, and I don't think it's just to your biological ancestors, but I think it's ancestors that can relate to the values you hold sacred in defending, that have paved the path to make it even possible to defend those things, but also to just honor their legacy, honor what they fought for, and to recognize that the fight is worthy of continuing, not because you want to fight, but because you have something worth defending. And I also think as a creator, there are going to be times where what you're creating with the world won't always be appreciated. And you'll have some devil's advocates and some people who just don't understand and some people who, you know, can't see your vision. But what you're creating is not for those people unless they are willing to think. It might be in the sense that it could maybe be thought-provoking and help them see differently or plant a seed where they see differently in the future. But your creativity comes from a place of passion and depth. That number one, it takes time for you to get your creations out into the world, whatever they are. Because I do think in some way, like, you are meant to, like, I'm hearing publish specifically, whether it's just sharing your opinions on social media or like publishing books or publishing dissertations or, you know, whatever it may be. I do feel like you are meant to defend. Part of your role as a creator is to defend what you hold sacred. And so whether that's creating a family and having values that honor it, whether it's creating a lifestyle for yourself that a lot of people can't understand, or a lot of people, you know, are like, oh, I don't know how you do that. Or, you know, maybe people don't outwardly judge or criticize how you live, but maybe you feel like you're living wrong because it's different. I've like, a manifestation of this would be like, I'm a natural night owl, but I can't shake the shame of doing my tasks at a later time than getting up earlier, even though I know trying to make myself get up earlier is a lost cause. It's like the internal pressure of like, I feel ashamed. The shame morning people have cast upon me because of the time that I choose to wake up and sleep. It's like an unlearning process that's challenging. But I think, like I said, I really think that you as a creator are someone who's inspired by the work of those who came before you, and you expand upon it and take it further. It's like the passing of a baton. And I think that you have a really sacred and special role as a leader in whatever values you hold sacred and are protecting. I also think that as a creator, you're also someone who defends underdogs, who defends those that you can see your younger self in, the unhealed self in. And I also think that as a creator, you are someone who's not afraid to receive pushback, or maybe not afraid, maybe accepts receiving pushback from those you're looking to support, because you may be telling them something that they don't want to hear. And that's all the more reason why they need to hear it. You know, that same example could be said for this video, where I'm saying, you know, hey, you know, maybe shifting your belief that he, like what I was saying about like being like attached to a story or something like that. Like, you don't have to be, but you're also allowed to be. But, you know, I think that as a creator, you take personal responsibility in ways that other people don't. And as a creator, one of the things that I think that you have to begrudgingly accept is the reality that you will receive pushback for your opinions, but that's not because you're wrong. It's just because you're inciting discomfort in those that wish to not see what you're showing them. They want to remain blissfully ignorant. You see what I'm saying? And also, I think with especially sensitive groups of people, there's an extra feeling of abandonment when someone we love or respect or care about like disagrees with us, or is showing something within us that maybe we're not ready to see. And what I will say is that, you know, most people are willing to forgive. And even if they are sensitive, and even if they are defensive in the moment, they will find later like, oh, okay, I see the value in this, and it will be released, and it'll all be okay. But I definitely think that if you look at yourself and think, why can't I just make stuff all the time? Why can't I just... You are someone who creates better when you have a core idea, a core mission, and a core message, and a reason for defending it or sharing it and creating it in the first place. You don't create... Like, you're never going to find yourself just spontaneously and flippantly creating, because it seems like your creative force is rooted in a soul level source of strength to defend what you hold sacred, dear, and true. And I believe that your creative reserves are almost saved for these big sorts of projects that maybe other people wouldn't be able to handle. It kind of reminds me of like ContraPoints, you know? She posts videos infrequently, but when she does, she has a powerful message to share. It's deeply meaningful, it's well articulated, and it's supported. It's truly a work of art, and something that is really impactful because it's done with so much intention, so much thought, so much care. And it is oftentimes defending or rewriting a narrative that creates harm or, you know, hurts something sacred within society. So yeah, as a creator, you have a powerful role, but it's a role that you might doubt your ability to be in, because you might feel like, I should just be able to effortlessly create all the time. You're not going to effortlessly create all the time. There are going to be times where you need to be with you. There are going to be times where you're going to need to disappear and go within. There are going to be times where you're not going to have much to say because you're going through your own process. But then there are going to be other times where you ground profound and impactful creations with the world, because it's the right time. You've got the energy, you've got the wisdom, and it all flows together beautifully. You are someone who creates with purpose and meaning, not just whatever thought goes through your head. When you're not creating with purpose and meaning, there's other important things that you're doing. And you might think those that they're not important, or that they're selfish because they're focused on you, but those are the most important things, because that's what gives you the capacity to do these profound things. And that's why your own inner peace is so important, because when you are someone standing up against harmful status quos, the people that enforce them are not going to take kindly to that. And that's why your inner peace is so important, because if you don't have that, it's going to be so much easier for people to re-wound, re-traumatize, and tear you down and make you feel like you're incapable or too sensitive for the role you came to this earth to play, which is that of an insightful guide and a gentle, wise leader by example, which is really cool. I think you're a really cool person. So let's go ahead and see who you will always be. You're a star, bitch. Okay, let's see what else you are. I told you you were practical. You are open-minded and always up to try something new, yet you are wise enough to stop and think before you jump into things. Maybe that's because you learned from your childhood. This pragmatic approach helps you ensure your time and attention and efforts are meaningful. I am practical. So yeah, that's the thing I was saying about your creativity. It is impractical for you to be flippantly creating all the time. You know, there are times where you're gonna need like just time to be on your own and analyze or get lost in other stories, because you never know like the value of that. You know, I used to think rotting in my room with crippling depression was a huge waste of time. And it was not, because now I have a wealth of pop culture references and a pretty like an visceral understanding of one flavor of suffering that a human can experience. And it's made me a more compassionate person, and also someone who recognizes that judging people on the outside and what you assume they've dealt with oftentimes doesn't even come close to what they've truly been through. Who you will always be is light, healing. Like, you are healing. Like, no wonder I was like, you're healed. You have a healing soul. And we also have, yes, your talent for setting and reaching goals is like no other. You are self-sufficient and capable of achieving your ambitions. Representing the ebb and flow, the loop of infinite creation, I am successful. Like, that is you. Like, when you're aligned with your truth, you recognize the value of what you're putting out into the world, the value of what you're doing. And the fact that you just living your life in a way where you accept yourself and in a way where you have peace, that is a level of success that even some of the most materially abundant people cannot achieve. You think they would have realized that a couple billion ago, but no. You have a power that they don't. And that is self-acceptance. And also the recognition of the value of your own inner peace and the value of your integrity. You are someone who will always be a source of inspiration, but also you will always be ahead of the curve. A lot of times when you're like, why do I not see any opinions that I believe in the outside world? It's because you're ahead of the curve. And the other people that agree with you that are also ahead of the curve are also too afraid to share them, because they are afraid of pushback. And that's why it is so important for you as a creator to share yourself when you have the inner reserves to, and when you have the greater momentum to do so, because there are right and wrong ways to put in forward moving and ideas that could bring a lot of dissent into the world in more effective ways than others. And you are meant to do that in effective ways that not only prioritize your own well-being and safety, but also satisfy that intelligent part of you that has so much to say and so much to back up what you're doing, and so much passion and purpose behind what you're doing. We don't wake up at 110% every single day, and you don't need to either. You're going to go through regenerative cycles throughout your life. But one thing you need to know is that you are a healer on a core level, on a soul level, you are a healer. And whenever you feel like something is too far beyond you, detach from the result of what you think needs to happen and look at what within you needs healing, care, and addressed from you. What outside of you could maybe address that for you if you have the resources and time to receive it, make your life a little bit easier, but also what can you do to alleviate that wound in the outside world that is within your control? You know, is it supporting other people who've gone through that process? Is it, you know, talking to people or volunteering? Whatever it may be, you will always be someone that cuts through a lot of the bullshit that distorts a lot of problems in society, and you get to the root and recognize what it is. And you're giving humanity the ability, and yourself the ability, to weed out even the deepest, to root out even the deepest of weeds and clear a way for a beautiful garden to grow. You will always be a source of inspiration for others. You will always be different. Know that. You will always be different and unique. You will always be, you know, your own brand. And that's a beautiful thing. Can be an isolating thing, but you are the blueprint, not an offshoot. And your blueprint comes from the blueprints of those who came before you that were also ahead of their time. You will always be ahead of your time. And I do think that's something that will take time to accept. But also, I think probably one of the most heartbreaking things about this is that a lot of the value, like, I think a lot of what you are bringing to this world will be widely accepted and understood. And maybe you are part of the process of making that happen. You're just ahead of the curve. And because of that, you feel like you're wrong because you don't see other people agreeing with you. But the fact that you are ahead of the curve means that you can bridge that curve into the present and get more people on your wavelength. You don't need to be like everyone else. You need to be you, because the you are was divinely designed not only to be successful on your own life path, but to heal and help in the ways that your soul wants to, internally and in the world. Your own well-being is a microcosmic example of the well-being, of the ripple effects of well-being that you can create outside of you. Because you're not responsible for the well-being of people outside of you, but you can be a source of inspiration and living proof of, this is how I move through this, or this is how I handle this, this is how I deal with this. I believe in this and I'm sharing this, and this is how I accept the pushback, or this is how I handle, you know, this frustrating element of it. You will always be that bitch, and that bitch is gender neutral, okay? Don't matter who you are coming to this reading. But I'll tell you what, you will always shine, and you will always be at your most powerful when you're true to yourself, which is why you came through, which is why this came through when you're aligned with your truth. You were not born wrong. You were not a mistake. You were divinely designed. And when you live in that design, you will see exactly why. And the world will flow in ways that, and miracles will unfold in ways that you could have never fathomed or could have never made happen through conformity. You're not meant to conform. You're meant to violently dismantle these standards of conformity that keep so many of us trapped and afraid to be ourselves too. It's a powerful and noble role. And I think that you are a badass, and I'm very proud of you. And if you want to share anything, any hot takes or any part of your journey, feel free to, because I'm sure there are other people that feel that way as well. And I just want you to know that you're not alone, and you're more powerful than you realize. And I'm grateful you're here. Earth is lucky to have you. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish this reading off as if it hasn't been long enough. My voice is sore and I have 2 groups left. Yeehaw! It would have been really great if I were born a masochist, because then I would like it. like those guys in the Rick and Morty version of hell, where they're like, oh, that hurts, so I like it. But I hate liking things, but I like hate. Like, I don't know, it just made me think of that. Anywho, okay, we're gonna get a message from your soul, your beautiful bright soul, and see what it wants you to know. So pile 2 soul, what guidance do you have for pile 2 moving forward? What would you like pile 2 to know right now? Ooh, we have this beautiful star. Like, you really are a star. You really are a star. And we have the number 40. So Emperor energy could be significant. The number 40 itself could be significant. You could be 40, or the age of 40 could be significant. The year 2040 could be significant. Or just 444, fours in general. 4 is a number of stability, and I do think that is something you're cultivating for yourself. Important numbers for you are 9, 8, 4, and 1. I guess 24 as well, but I would say 8 and 4 and 9. Okay, sense of the subtle. Have you ever sensed something about a situation only to talk yourself out of what you felt and then later found out some piece of information that confirmed your initial intuition? This sense of the subtle can be startling, accurate, and helpful, and too easy to dismiss. This oracle brings you 2 messages. Firstly, there are signs of subtle but significant growth happening within your soul. Hell yes, hell yes, hell yes. Continue to commit to your spiritual healing journey, and within due course, they will bear luscious fruits of transformation on many levels. Yes, they will. Secondly, tune in and pay heed to your spiritual insight. Something you perceive seems like a mere flicker, but will in time burn bright with blazing clarity. Trust your intuition. Yeah, I think your intuitive senses are only going to get deeper, and actually you're going to find a much stronger sense of inner stability and inner trust when you learn to trust that voice inherently rather than question it and like doubt yourself. But honestly, pile 2, how long was that? Hour 15, only 10 minutes longer, but yeah. It's been a journey. You are a badass, and I'm really grateful to have gotten to know you through this reading. So if you want to share who you are or a little bit about you, I would love to hear it. And I'm sure other people who are like you would love to say hi too. But that's where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background, because that's one of the simplest and easiest ways to show appreciation and support for my channel. So thank you to everyone who does that. If you'd like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already. Click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. I'm responding to comments more. I've decided to replace my crippling doom scrolling addiction with actually communicating with the people who I value the most and want to talk to the most. I'm liking it so far. Other ways that you can support, check out other videos, check out my candles. You can use code ASO10 for 10% off. You can check out my social media, my merch, other videos, the extendeds. But yeah, that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I really hope this reading was helpful and it brought you insight or clarity or just something that you were looking for or needed. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 3. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Aura Amethyst Tower and the Way of the Panda Tarot, this is going to be your reading on Who Are You Really? If you want a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro, but we're going to start by looking at the topics that we're going to be focusing on for your reading. And for the record, my eyes are closed, but that doesn't really matter because can't really see anything over my hand anyway. But group number 3, Spirit. Who is group number 3? What topics are we going to discuss for group number 3? Oh, I feel one that like my finger is weirdly bent and I don't want to drop it. Oh, that's okay. That's her. Okay, 1, 2. Group number 3, Spirit. 3. Oh, this is 2. So, well, this will be 3 and 4. Okay. Unless, okay, yeah, there are 2 different ones in there. Okay. So, let's go ahead and see what these are, and then I'll get to shuffling, and if you want to, you can skip that part. I will have timestamps. So, first we are looking at who you are at work or school. We are looking at who you are to those who remember you. We're looking at who you are as a leader. And finally, we're going to be looking at who you are as a group member. Ooh, okay, that's really interesting. So we will also have who you are as a, who you will always be. So lots of fun stuff. But we're gonna go ahead and get into the shuffling, and I may forget what oracle decks I am choosing for each. Truthfully, I don't even know what I am choosing for each yet, but excellent deck you chose. I love this deck. It is so cute. And if at any point you are appreciating this reading or appreciating being here, thank you to everyone who leaves a little like or a comment or, you know, anything supportive. I really appreciate it. So we'll just start by shuffling these and then we'll get into your oracles. So Spirit, who is pile number 3 when they are at work or school or their place of labor? We have that. Who is group number 3 to those that remember group number 3? Who is group number 3 to those that remember group number 3? Obviously there's variations, but I did hear the adjective fondly in my head, so maybe it's those who remember you fondly. You've got 2 cards for that. Okay, they came out together. Who is group number 3 as a leader? Who is group number 3 as a leader? And who is group number 3 as a group member, as someone who is part of a collective, as a follower rather than a leader? And who will group number 3 always be? Perfect. Okay, so I think what I want to do is I want to use this deck to represent, I think it's the Soul Space Oracle. Yeah, it says it right there. Sure. Okay. Who is group number 3 to those that remember them? Who is group number 3 to those that remember them? Okay. And then I think what I want to do is I want the Numinous Astro Oracle to represent you at work, school, or your place of labor. So Spirit, who is group number 3 at work, school, or their place of labor? Thank you. Okay. Now I want to use the Personal Power Oracle to represent who you will always be. So who will group number 3 always be, Spirit? Thank you. And then who you are as a leader, I want to do the Angel Number Messages Oracle. Really wonderful deck, really wonderful creator. I'm sure you've seen this bad boy a lot. Okay. Who is group number 3 as a leader? Who are they as a leader, Spirit? And finally, I'm going to use the Botanical Inspirations deck to represent who you are as a group member. So who is group number 3 as a member of a group? What is their role within a group? Okay, perfect. Let's fix these now. Might have to push these up a little bit. This is not gonna, the top border is not gonna be symmetrical. And if that bothers you, either close your eyes or bask in the strength of your ability to accept the discomfort. Either solution should work. Okay. Damn it. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, right. Let's just start. Okay. So let's start by looking at who you are at work or school. Ooh, okay, Mr. Miss Popular. And we have empowerment with conjunction. So let me make sure these are in the frame. Cool. And actually, I am going to fix the lighting because the sun is in my face. Okay, I know it's not as pretty as the natural lighting, but I can't read anything when the sun is in my face, so okay. We'll just do that for now, and I'll put these on top of here. And I'm just gonna get to it, because you're probably like, Xoxo, let's get with the program. And I'm like, okay, group 3. Group 3, who are you at work or school? Everybody likes you, and you're quite popular. And you might be like, I'm not popular, and that's exactly what a popular person would say, so shut up. I say that with peace and love, but like you're really well liked, and at least if you're not well liked, you're well known. And people find you to be someone who is great and easy to work with. Not only easy to work with, but you make people better versions of themselves. So I would not be shocked if you are someone who is often first picked for things like groups. I guess depending on who's here, that might be a different situation for like team sports, but it seems like you're a bit of a hot shot wherever you are. You know, with the 6 of Wands being here, maybe you've had an interesting success recently, or maybe you are just seen as a high achiever in your class or your environment. I definitely think people want to work with you, and I do think you shine. I wouldn't be shocked if for some of you, you take a lot of pride in your appearance, or you tend to just look very put together. And I think that's something that people notice about you. But also, I would be willing to bet that a lot of people are intimidated by you. You may be like, what? People are intimidated by me? I'm like, yeah, that's what all intimidating people say. I would know, because I'm one of them, because I don't get intimidated. I just hear it from other people, and I'm like, what? I'm literally just a dude. And you're probably like the same thing. You're like, I'm literally just a dude. Like, but I definitely think you can be intense and you can be passionate, but you're also the type of person who leads projects and people to victory. I would see you as the type of person who is like, you know, the leader of a group project, who is willing to fall on their own sword to protect a group member even when you don't want to, maybe when they didn't do all the work or didn't do any work. You are someone who is easy to get along with, probably someone who is a natural leader, but I would definitely say overall you're somebody that people like to have around, people like to have on their team. I wouldn't be shocked if people really like to hang out with you outside of work or school. You definitely have a bit of a popular reputation. People see you as successful or see you as coming from success or like destined for success. They see you as quite powerful, and I would be willing to bet that a lot of the things that you think are quite obvious, like whatever your insecurities are, I would be willing to bet most people have no idea you even have them. I would definitely say as well, you are somebody who a lot of people look up to and a lot of people wish to emulate. So if you find that people copy you or, you know, emulate your style or your cadence or anything like that, I would definitely take it as a compliment, because those people are definitely looking at you as a source of inspiration. Of course, you're allowed to find it annoying, but it is truly a compliment. But anywho, you are also somebody who I would see as somebody that people might be a bit jealous of, a bit envious of. They might see your success, and you might be like, what success? Like, what are you talking about? And this success could really be anything. You know, maybe it's social success. Maybe you are well liked in your office or school. Maybe it is academic or career success. You know, maybe you've gotten a promotion recently, or maybe you have been at the top of the class or like valedictorian or something, where your achievements are being highlighted. No matter what it is, I can just definitely see that you're already, I'm not shocked that as a leader it came through, because it seems like you are kind of a natural leader, whether you want to be or not. And not only that, but you seem to be someone that a lot of people want to have on their side. I also think you're brave, and that's something that other people kind of wish they had. And the funny thing is that I think your bravery comes from a place of, I guess you could say it's naivete, but like I don't really think it's necessarily that. I would say it's just more like you instinctually question things that other people wouldn't, because they are threat assessing in ways that you don't threat assess, because the reason for asking questions or being curious is innocent to begin with. I don't think you're as attached to how people respond to your curiosity as other people might be. And I think that there's just a level of like, you are yourself at work and at school, and maybe you are, you know, a more watered down version of yourself. Like, you know, for me, for example, at my work, I say the C word less because I'll get punished by my corporate overlords if I don't. But, you know, I still keep within the boundaries of what is me, right? And I would say that you do that as well. I don't think you really hide yourself for anyone, and I think that you're funny. You're funny. I just heard the word magnanimous. I'm just like me trying to say anemone right now. Magnanimous. Someone else will just comment and say what I'm trying to say, and they will do it better than I will. So thank you to whatever individual in the future corrects me and helps me say the word that I clearly can't get out. But also, I think you make people want to be better. I think you wake people up and you shake things up. And as a result, like, I bet you'll find that you kind of force people to step up in ways that, you force people to step up to fight to the finish. You force people to step up in ways that maybe they had gotten complacent, or in ways they haven't stepped up in the past. And I think that you make people want more for themselves. And if you are like a boss, or, you know, a leader, or like a TA or teaching assistant or a research assistant or something like that, I feel like a lot of people look up to you and see you as someone that they want to be like. Definitely somebody who is seen highly in your community, and you might even have a reputation that precedes you. So a lot of people might not even know you personally, but know of you. So with that being said, let's look at who you are to those that remember you, which I think is a really interesting one to come through. So I'm excited to see what's out there. So who is pile 3 to those that remember them? So to start, we have the Ace of Cups. Aww, oh my gosh. People love you. People literally love you so much. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we have Kitten. Those that remember you, let me make sure this is still in the, yes it is. Okay. People remember you so fondly. Like, I think I would be willing to bet that there are people in your life or from your past that did not appreciate your friendship or just their time with you as much as they wish they could have. The fact that we have the Wheel of Fortune and the Ace of Cups here, people remember you as someone who is so full of love, and also someone who makes those that are remembering you made them feel like family, or you made them feel accepted. Like, a lot of people that remember you fondly and remember good times in their life when they were with you. And honestly, for some of you, like, these could be people that maybe did you dirty. If a specific person comes to mind, I would take that. And they look at things differently, and they remember, and they have a different perspective now, where they recognize, like, wow, I really didn't recognize a good thing when I had it, or wow, you know, pile 3 was really genuine and I didn't recognize it, or like, wow, pile 3 was a really real person and I didn't appreciate that. There could also be people who miss you, maybe that are at a physical distance, that are like literal family, or that are basically family to you, and they could be thinking fondly about times that you guys have spent together, but also thinking about the next time you guys will see each other and how much fun that will be. I definitely think people remember you fondly and like as, oh, my time with pile 3 was really fun. Especially with the Ace of Cups, I feel like people really remember you as someone who is kind and someone who gives great hugs, someone who makes things exciting and makes things more fun. It kind of reminds me of Pippi Longstocking, which is kind of a deep cut. I haven't seen like the original Swedish, I haven't read the Swedish books or the original, like seen the original Swedish show. I've only seen like the 80s American movie version, which I guess is not canon for true Pippi Longstocking stans. But in that movie, in the American movie, from what I can remember, you know, Pippi's character, she's fiery, she's fun, you know, she knows how to have a good time, and she makes everyday tasks seem like, and she makes everyday tasks fun, you know, like scrubbing the house becomes a holiday. You know, she puts little scrubbers on her feet, like those scrubbing brushes, and skates around on them, all fun. And that you just kind of give me that vibe of like making things that should suck or be boring, making them fun, and making creating cherished memories for people that they look back on. So no wonder like those that remember you fondly and like with nostalgia. Like the only way I can describe it is you feel like nostalgia to a lot of people, where they really appreciate the time that they spent with you, and they really see you as someone who is like a kindred spirit or literally family. And I would also say that those that remember you, if you are in a fortunate position now that you weren't in when they met you, I feel like they understand why you're there and believe that you deserve everything. But also, a lot of those that remember you see you as somebody who deserves everything that they have and deserves like all of the kindness and goodness that the world has to offer. And I also think that they see you as someone who like other people are really lucky to have the chance to get to know. So you're definitely viewed in a very, very high regard. So let's see who you are as a leader. If I can, yeah, all right, there we go. Okay, so who is pile 3 as a leader? Ooh, we have the 9 of Pentacles and we have 18. You are both open-minded and open-hearted, and your ambition is to leave this world better than you found it. Ensure that your goals are aligned with the collective need, with the highest good of all. I am kind-hearted. I really like this. I really feel like in a lot of ways, you're not a traditional leader. Like you're not the idea of someone who, you know, always takes charge and needs to be in control and needs to be in the front. It's almost like, this reminds me of me. This is like a begrudging acceptance of taking the wheel because you know nobody else can drive better than you. And you're like, okay, well, let's get this car to its destination and then be done with responsibility as quickly as possible. As a leader, I feel like you're someone who's more laid back, definitely empathetic and compassionate, and I definitely feel like you come from a place of considering all those that are following your lead in your decisions. I feel like you don't make decisions based on what the best course of action is in general. You make decisions based on what the best course of action is for everyone. I feel like you're very understanding, you're very generous, but also you are someone who people trust because there's evidence of your success, evidence of your stability, and evidence of your security. You are seen as a leader, as someone who is secure in themselves, and also someone who's pretty laid back. You're also someone who is seen as easy to talk to and someone you can trust with pretty much anything. And I also feel like you have a really good balance of knowing when to give and knowing when to hold back, knowing what someone needs without even really realizing it. And I also think that you are someone who does an excellent job of balancing personal considerations with considerations of the group, and as well as like considerations of the collective beyond your group. And I think that there's just a really cool energy here where you're not a regular leader, you're a cool leader. You're definitely a leader and not a boss. And I feel like part of your leadership abilities are to help other people learn to take the lead and to develop their own leadership skills. Because I feel like you are someone who is not drawn to leadership roles. Like I said, you're someone who begrudgingly steps into them because you know you're the one that's going to be best at that role. Or, you know, you accept the leadership role with the intent of, I'm only going to do this until there's someone else capable of doing this, and then I can do my own thing. Because I definitely see you as someone who chooses your own independence and chooses your own peace over, like, you know, wanting to be a leader, wanting to be, you know, a trailblazer. But you're the exact type of leader that people need because you're not invested in that role, and you don't see that role as something that makes you superior or better to others, but rather just, you know, an equally important role within a group. And I think that you are also somebody who, your actions speak a lot louder than words, and I think you let your actions speak for themselves. And so I would be honestly really shocked if there's anyone that challenges you or tries to challenge your power in any way, because like I feel like anytime people might try to question you or try to tear you down in some sort of way, it's like, well, yeah, you can chat shit all you want, but like the proof of pile three's process is in the pudding. Like you know what I'm saying? Like there's direct evidence against anyone that might try to disparage you or act like what you're doing is bad or wrong or that they could do better. I just definitely think you're someone who wants to be the best version of yourself, but also has this really healthy outlook of like, I'm not responsible for how other people choose to do things. I'm responsible for myself. Like I definitely would say that that's something that you've gotten really good at, is recognizing what isn't yours to carry, and also recognizing what others are capable of conjuring within themselves and creating within themselves, and knowing when you don't need to intervene, letting people grow, letting people learn, letting people step up, and also giving people space to do that, and creating a space that is safe enough for people to feel safe making mistakes, to feel safe asking questions, to feel safe not knowing answers, and to feel safe trying their hand at taking the lead. I definitely feel like you are someone who is group oriented first, and that's part of what makes you such an excellent leader. And I also think that you are somebody who isn't always the easiest to read or understand. And I would say for people who really like leaders that are kind of helicopters and micromanage you, I would say that when you're leading people who want a leader like that, they probably struggle with your leadership style a lot, and might even express like, can you tell me more? Can you give me more? Like, and I would be willing to bet that a lot of times you probably don't give them much, or just give them a little bit more. I feel like you are that type of person's best friend and worst enemy, in the sense that you teach them to grow beyond just reaching the metrics of whatever micromanagement they've been under, and teaching them that they don't need to be micromanaged in order to be more successful. So I think that's really awesome. And I would definitely say as well, like when it comes to making decisions, you don't always make decisions just for the good of the group. Sometimes you see that there's something for the good of the group that the group themselves doesn't see. And in that case, you have no problem making that decision because you don't need the group's approval. You're doing it because that's what's right for you, and you know that's what's right for them in this situation. And if they have a problem, they can do things differently. I definitely feel like you see 3 steps ahead, and that helps you in a lot of what you do. And as a leader, like I just feel like, you know, if there's someone that challenges you or questions you or tests you, you're like, okay, you do it your way, but I'm just telling you, you'll like lay it out clearly. Here's XYZ reason why I think this is a bad idea. I've done XYZ in the past and it's yielded me these results. And based on that, based on the current circumstances, and based on how I see things unfolding, this is the best way to go. Like, I feel like you are good at making things clear and understandable without needing to try to like make someone else look stupid or humiliate or embarrass them, which I think is really powerful and important. So let's see who you are as a group member and how that is different. Okay, so for that we have the 7 of Cups, and we have Phlox, unanimity, and harmony. He who lives in harmony with himself lives in harmony with the universe. Okay, are we still in the frame? Yes, we are. I kind of love this. Okay, as a group member, you're low-key checked out. Or should I say high-key checked out? As a group member, you're like, oh, I don't have to be in control. Cool. I'm sitting back and I'm relaxing. Like, I definitely think that when you don't have to be the one in charge, you are you might be there in the room physically, but internally you're off doing your own thing. I feel like you're really cool with just going with the flow, and you really don't have investment in how things turn out, but you are full of great ideas, and you're definitely perfect for brainstorming and for entertainment or fantastical ideas. I would definitely say when you're not held to certain responsibilities, you could very well be the group member that doesn't do anything, unless you're forces you to do something. But I would definitely say you're someone as a group member who can be really passive and laid back and just kind of like willing to go with whatever the group wants. Because the interesting thing about you is that like you're not really somebody who cares enough to contest or challenge like overly domineering people or really like intense people that you might be in group situations with that might be the leader in these cases, rather than like trying to make them see things differently or try to put your perspective in. You just kind of roll with it and you're like, okay, whatever, that's what they want, that's what they get. I really do think one thing about you that a lot of people don't understand is that I don't think you have the energy to argue with people or to try to show them why you believe in your way. And I don't even really think you care about whether people see your way or your viewpoint or not. I feel like you are just like, as a group member, you're here to vibe. You're just chilling. You're just chilling in Cedar Rapids, and you're gonna go along to get along because that's easier than, you know, creating a problem or trying to prove a point. And honestly, I really like that. I think that that shows kind of just your character, because I think that you are somebody at the end of the day who just wants to hang out and have a good time with people, who wants to enjoy, you know, the tasks that may be less enjoyable and just be, you know, a source of harmony within a group rather than a source of contention. I definitely feel like you're really easygoing and just like, yeah, I mean, we can do that. We can do something else. I have this idea, but no big deal. Whatever everyone else wants to do, I'm cool with. Like, you're definitely, I don't know. What do you want to get for dinner? I don't know. Well, I'll go wherever you want to go. Like, you're definitely kind of that. So it's kind of funny because even as a leader, it doesn't really seem like you're the one making decisions. It seems like you put it on the rest of the group to deliberate and come up with a decision. And then you're like, well, okay, this is what the group wants. I definitely do think you push off some of that responsibility and decision making onto the rest of the group under the guise of, well, I'm just being a good leader. And like, to be fair, you kind of are, but also it absolves you of the responsibility of making a decision. So there's that. But overall though, I definitely feel like you are someone who really has such a genuine, kind heart, who really is good at connecting with people and good at making people feel seen and heard. I definitely also think that you are somebody who picks up on distress and disconnection within a group and works to make those people feel more connected and kind of help them see through their own fears so that they feel safe enough to share. I definitely think you're good at cultivating an environment that makes people feel more comfortable and more safe and more relaxed, no matter whether you're a leader or just a member of a group. So that's really awesome. And I think overall, like, you're just somebody who people like to be around. You're a really likable person. You're really easy to get along with and easy to talk to and fun and interesting. And yeah, I would say, like, if you had Yelp reviews, they would be like all 5 stars. People would, and there would be lots of different things that people loved about you, for sure. Okay, so let's see who you will always be. Wow. Ha! You'll always be a leader. That's hysterical for the Emperor to come out like that. And who you will always be, I speak highly of myself. You will always be safe. You will always be lovable. You will always be smart. You'll always be unique, beautiful, worthy, etc., etc., etc. And I love that this 31 reduces to 4, and 4 is the Emperor. Let me make sure these are, yeah. Okay, so who you will always be is a leader. Like, whether you like it or not, you are a natural leader, and you are somebody who does have the skills to lead and organize others. But I also feel like you are someone who is empowered, someone who knows your worth and knows your value, and does not need to prove or assert themselves in dramatic or silly or unnecessary ways. I feel like you are someone who is empowered in the truest sense, where you know your value, you know your worth, and you also know that you don't have to prove yourself to anyone. You don't have to accept subpar behavior. You don't have to let people violate your boundaries. You don't have to be walked all over. You can cultivate a sense of inner peace and also protect the boundaries that keep that peace there. And also, you can be a leader on your own terms in ways that feel good for you. you are the most important and most needed type of leader out there, because you're not a leader trying to prove something to yourself or to the people around you. You're a leader because you care enough about what you're being led to or what you're leading people to, and know that you're sufficient to fulfill the role. It may not be what you want to do, but it is what you're capable of doing. And when you see that nobody is willing to step up, you are the one that is always going to do that, because you know you can. And I feel like there is a part of you that knows deep down, like, yeah, I may not want to do this. Yeah, it would be better if I could just relax and hang out, but I can't relax and hang out if I know that I'm giving up the wheel to someone who's going to drive us off a cliff. Like, I got to teach them to navigate first, and then I'll give them the wheel. And I feel like that is the thing, is like, you will always be a true leader because you don't really want to be. You put your values and put your own self-love and self-care into your leadership skills. And I feel like you inspire others to be that way as well. You inspire others to step up. You inspire others to see more of themselves. And I can see why people really like working with you, because I think you help other people speak highly of themselves in the ways that you speak highly of yourself. And I think that one misconception people have about you is like, well, oh, it's easy for group 3 to speak highly of themselves because we can see their success. People like them, blah, 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 blah. But it's like, yeah, but group 3 was speaking highly of themselves before that. You were working on yourself before that, and you don't always see yourself that way. It's a process and it's work. And I think what people need to realize, and what they may not realize about you, is that you're kind of living proof of how, when you do speak highly of yourself, when you do see greater in yourself, when you see yourself in greater terms, how that allows life to open up for you in ways that you might not anticipate, and also how it makes others believe in you when you have that confidence in yourself. So you will always be someone who's able to get it done. You will always be someone others look to lead and guide, but you will also always be someone who stands in their power and knows their worth. And that is something no one can take away from you. And I can see why that makes you so relaxed as a leader, because you have nothing to prove. You know who you are. Your power speaks for itself, and anyone who challenges it only makes themselves look dumb. It's like they're punching air or kicking grass. It's like, okay, the air and the grass didn't do anything to you, buddy. Looks like it's a personal problem. You make people look dumb by just doing nothing and not engaging in drama. And wow, what a powerful thing to be. So we're gonna go ahead and finish this reading off with a message from your soul, but I have a little bit more. Number one, if you are an Aries, love that for you. But also, you get it done. You will always be someone that gets it done. You will always be someone that people look to and look up to. And you will always be someone who will be the necessary defender of things that are righteous and good, and supportive and nourishing of humans. You will always be a protector of what you hold sacred. And one of the things that you hold sacred is your own inner peace and your ability to rest and just chill the F out a little bit. So I can see how that bleeds into your leadership style, and I kind of love it. There's a lot to love about you, and I think more than anything, like, you will always be someone that people see as an inspiration, and people will feel lucky to know, and people will look to as a beacon of hope in times when things are scary, or as a beacon of inspiration when they feel like they can't achieve on their own. You are you're made of greatness, and you always will be made of that. Okay, so we are going to finish this message off, or this reading off, with a message from your soul, your higher self, whatever you believe in. So, Spirit, what does Pile 3's soul or higher self want Pile 3 to know at this time? What message do they have for them? Ooh, so we've got this really fancy mandala here, and we have the number 47. So the number 47 could be significant. We're using the dimensions of light, book, but for 47, we have The False Enchantment. In our modern world, there is an abundance of artificial light, both actual and symbolic. The false light promises so much and delivers so little. The false light is a siren song, a promise of whatever it is you feel you cannot have unless you compromise your integrity to get it. There is only one lesson to be learned through false enchantment, no matter what circumstances surround it. Whatever is obtained is not worth the price you paid for it. No matter how much you believed it would be otherwise, it simply will not be worthwhile. Do not start on the slippery slope of bargaining away your self-esteem. Say no to the mind becoming confused and needy about something that is supposedly too good to miss. The sanctity of your inner being is priceless. Guard it carefully, which I think is so fascinating considering what we just talked about. So I feel like for all of you, this could have been a powerful opportunity for you to recognize that you don't have to say yes to whatever might require you to compromise your integrity, that you don't have to give up your boundaries or sell part of yourself or devolve in some sort of way that you wouldn't be proud of. Trust your instincts, trust your gut, and when you feel like there's no way through, oh my gosh, in the words of our Lord and Savior, CL, when you feel like there's no way out, love is the only way, and love will always guide you where you need to go. And also, you can trust yourself to navigate tricky and difficult situations without compromising your integrity. And sometimes that means saying no, sometimes that means walking away, but I promise you that will always be more worth it than saying yes to something that makes you compromise what you hold sacred, because that's really the foundation, part of the foundation of who you are and what we've been exploring. So I really hope this message from your soul gives you the encouragement you need to know that you don't have to have all the answers. You don't need to know what it is you need to do in certain circumstances, but all you do need to do is trust yourself and know that you don't have to give up your morals or your integrity for a shiny offer or the fear of missing out, because you will never miss something that requires you to sacrifice something meaningful in order to be a part of it. Just not how that's meant to work. And part of you leading is sometimes you'll have to walk a road less traveled or forge your own path, and that might take longer. It might have more risks. It might look like a process that isn't worth it. But I promise you, if you keep forging forward as you know you're meant to without compromising your morals or your integrity, you'll come through on the other side and be so glad you honored yourself and be so glad you didn't take a road that was widely traveled. So pile 3, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background, because that is one of the simplest and easiest ways to show support and appreciation for my channel. But if you'd like to do that in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already, and be sure to click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can check out my merch, you can check out my social media, you can check out my other videos, you can check out my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off. You can check out my merch, and I think that's it. So thank you guys so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I really hope that this reading resonated and brought you what you were looking for. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 4. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Aqua Aura Quartz Point and the Kitten Nugget Tarot, this is going to be your reading on Who Are You Really? So there is a full breakdown of the reading in the intro, but we're going to go ahead and start by looking at the categories that we are going to be looking at for you. So Spirit, who is pile 4 really? What aspects of pile 4 do we want to discuss? Okay, so we have 1. What else, Spirit? What else do you want to discuss with group number 4? 2. Group number 4, Spirit. There's one in this corner that wants to come out. I've got my forefinger on it. I need to make sure. I'm not looking at it. I'm like literally trying to, oh, not like I could see anyway. But I guess 2 came out, so, uh-oh. 3 came out. Don't tell the other groups. And if you're coming from the other groups, The only reason I'm doing this is because, well, if there's one that's repeating, I won't do that one. How's that? We'll see though. Okay, so who is pile 4 really? So we're looking at who are you in the shadows of your psyche. That's a vibe. We are going to be looking at who are you at work or school. This one has come out a lot. We have who are you when you're aligned with your truth. We have who are you as a caretaker. And finally, we have who are you even when you don't know who you are. Ooh, okay, I'm glad that we got some unique ones, some ones that we haven't had yet. Right, get in there. I think I am going to make who you are, because I feel bad taking something away because you're already here, and like, you know, maybe this is the one that you want the most, and you don't, maybe the work or school one is the one that you're the most curious about, but you don't feel drawn to any of the other groups. So I'll just leave it, but we're gonna kind of gloss over it a little bit because I'm definitely more interested in the other 4, but don't worry, I'm still gonna give you everything. But you should give me a like for being so generous and willing to make sure you get everything that you need. And also because I'm an excellent shuffler. And believe me, when I started my channel, I wasn't. So this is just evidence that practice makes perfect. So if you just want to go ahead and focus your energy while I'm shuffling, and I will have timestamps up because we are also going to shuffle oracle cards on camera, and that's going to be a whole thing. So if you want to skip that, I will have timestamps for that. But Spirit, who is pile number 4 in the shadows of their psyche? Who is pile number 4 at work or school or their place of labor? Who is pile 4 when they are aligned with their truth? Who is pile 4 as a caretaker? Okay, well, those 2 came out. Guys, you just better buckle up for a long reading. I hope you got your popcorn. And who is pile 4 even when pile 4 doesn't know who they are? And finally, who will pile 4 always be? Thank you. Okay. Aw, the 3 of Cups is on the back of the deck, and I haven't been reading the back of the deck, but I just feel happy to be here, and I hope you are also happy to be here. So I'm going to use the Animal Apothecary deck to clarify who you are in the shadows of your psyche, and I think that's it. So who is group number 4 in the shadows of their psyche, please? Thank you. And actually, I'm going to do it for who are you at work and school. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to use Personal Power deck. So who is pile number 4 at work or school or wherever they are? Okay, now I want to do this one for who you are as a caretaker. This is the Botanical Inspirations Oracle. So who is group number 4 as a caretaker? And you may not be one at all, so maybe for some of you the caretaker bit is not meant to be for you and the rest is. But shout out to all the caretakers out there. Just know how important your job is, and I know it's a bit of a thankless job, but it's essential, and thank you for doing it. I'm gonna use the Happy Tales Oracle to look at, I'm actually gonna do that for the last 3. Who is group number 4 when they are aligned with their truth? You guys are getting the most dogs. You're getting cats and dogs. I love cats and dogs. Okay, who is, actually no, I'm 1. Who will group 4 always be? Okay. Well, I'm not going to look at this, but I'm closing it. I'm turning it over so much as to not spoil what that is. But the last deck I want to use is the Soul Space Oracle, and I want that to represent who are you even when you don't know who you are. So who is pile 4 even when they don't know who they are? For some of you, this is a message. I'm not keeping this card out, but I do think that for some of you, if you've been wondering about witchcraft or something like that, I do think that you are always making magic. Are you this an original Sims expansion pack? Because you're making magic always. And I do think for some of you, there is meant to be a message here about witchcraft that is unique to you. And for others, you're like, I don't know what you're talking about. And to that I say, you're right. You should have no idea what I'm talking about because that message isn't for you. Anywho, Spirit, who is pile 4 even when they don't know who they are? Okay, thank you. All right, we got a lot to get into, so let's get rolling, my sweet, sweet, precious baby angels. Okay, so who are you in the shadows of your psyche? For that, we have the 6 of Cups. And claim your power. Oh, okay. Wait, let me make sure these are in the frame. The reason why I'm going, in the shadows of your psyche, you are both the raw primal power your spirit came to this earth with, but also the sweet innocence and childlike self you were born as. The psyche that you had as a young child, as well as the untapped parts of your mind, definitely both live in the shadows of your psyche. I definitely think as well, in the shadows of your psyche are the things that you've been looking for outside of yourself. So for example, seeking certain types of connections, or, maybe even going back to certain connections, aren't good for you, but make you feel something that you didn't have when you were a child, like security or acceptance, or maybe just being wanted. Maybe you don't even really want the person, but you like how they want you. It definitely seems like in the shadows of your psyche, they're kind of screaming at you, but not in a way where you're in trouble, but rather in a way as to say, hey, you can't see us, the light isn't on us, but I hope you can hear us because we're still here. And for you, there's a lot of ferocity in the shadows of your psyche that I feel like you have been taught to hold back or keep in, because it was likely that when you were a child, you were taught that that was bad or wrong, or you just felt like, or you could have this idea that you can only be one certain way, like you can't be fierce and kind. You can't be fierce and kind. Dolly Parton exists. So let me just tell you, you can. Not only that though, I definitely feel like one of the things in the shadows of your psyche is the love you've always had for yourself, whether you realize it or not. The concept of like just genuinely loving who you are, and not in a way where you're like, oh my God, I love myself, but just rather like seeing yourself in a mirror and being like, oh, that's me. Like that feeling of when you're a child and it's your birthday and it's like the best thing ever, because you're celebrating yourself and your existence. Like there's this natural aspect of you that loves yourself so much. And I feel like you were socialized and conditioned out of doing that. And I don't know if anyone did that specifically, but I do think it is a very natural and normal thing for like all kids to deal with. Like, this is sad, but I can remember the first time I ever thought I was fat. I was 9 or 10 years old. And I can like pinpoint myself there entirely. And around that time is when kids start developing an ego. So I definitely think the parts of you that loved yourself unapologetically and unconditionally are in the shadows of your psyche, and they're still there, but they definitely feel foreign to you because they haven't been an active part of your psyche so long. And I also think that part of what's in the shadows of your psyche is an acceptance of feeling without needing to process. And what I mean by that is the childlike parts of yourself didn't have the frontal lobe functions yet to think deeply about what they were doing and why. I mean, could have been a very deep and inquisitive child, but even then, like, your cognition is limited, right? So one thing that I'm seeing here is that within the shadows of your psyche, there is a part of you that understands that you don't have to intellectualize every experience you have or look at everything through a mental lens in order for the world to make sense. And I do think that part of you is really desperate to be free, because it will allow a lot of parts of you to be free. Because I do think in the shadows of your psyche is the acceptance that you've been looking for in the outside world, that maybe you get in doses but is never truly satisfying. And truth be told, I think the entire world could come to your door and be like, hey, we love and accept you, and it still wouldn't be enough, because there's a part of you that deep down believes that, like, that there are parts of you that are unacceptable, and that's why they're in that shadow space. That's why they're not allowed to be in the light. And I think that there are parts of you that don't quite make sense to you, and they're not meant to make sense on a conscious level. You know, they're just parts of who you are, or idiosyncrasies, or just quirks. And rather than seeing them as flaws or things to hide, I feel like in the shadows of your psyche, they're just part of you, and they're not even seen as weird or different or bad or quirky. They're just parts of you. The same way you have arms, you also have, you know, these parts of you. And truth be told, arms are really weird. Like, the human body is really weird, right? Like, everything is actually really weird when you think about it. And so I think what's in the shadows of your psyche are the parts of you that you feel are not normal enough to be seen. And also within that, maybe the pain of those parts of you being rejected. But the beautiful thing is that I feel within this part of your psyche, I feel like these parts stay within that part of your psyche because it's safer there, because it won't be they won't be judged by your conscious mind. And there's also kind of this self-protective thing going on where these beautiful parts of you stay in the shadows of your psyche because they don't want to cause you they don't want to cause you any distress. And they know that by themselves appearing, it causes you distress. And part of that is because either you have yet to be able to feel comfortable and handle that without judging yourself and beating yourself up. So it could be this thing of, like, you know, you trying to protect this part of you, trying to protect yourself because it knows that these aspects of self being apparent to you could cause you to be more harmful or self-destructive than it would be supportive. But the beautiful thing is that in the shadows of your psyche are this actually kind of makes me want to cry, the rebuttals to all the negative self-talk and negative beliefs about yourself and the negative beliefs about how you have to show up in the world that you were taught were true. And the shadows of your psyche are the parts of you that didn't fit neatly into some sort of box or category. And within the shadows of your psyche is also your power. And your power does not come from getting approval from others or getting the acceptance you need, but rather accepting yourself so fiercely that what others do and what others think does not have the power to make you want to hide. But I also think in the shadows of your psyche, there could be people that love you very much. And maybe these are people from your past, or people that are at a distance from you, or maybe people you haven't even met yet. But what I do know is that they are people who love you very much or will love you very much. And in the shadows of your psyches are all the beautiful thoughts they've had about you, the beautiful things they think of you, the compliments they've given you, the pure love and acceptance that you've received from them or will receive from them in the future. Like, I feel like their spirit or their energy is kind of always in the shadows of your psyche. And when there are times where you don't know why, but you're just a little less harsh on yourself, or you're feeling a little bit better, I feel like their influence kind of comes out in those times. I definitely think what kind of makes me really sad is that a lot of what's hidden to you, what is in the shadow of your psyche, is all the wonderful things that make you you. And I know that you know that there are wonderful things about you that you can consciously recognize now. However, I think that there is a line of thinking in your conscious mind that is so prevalent that it's hard to recognize how dysfunctional that line of thinking might actually be when it comes to just allowing yourself to be a person and think. It almost kind of reminds me of like, it's almost like, and I'm coming up with this on the fly, but like, it's like you think like a commentary YouTuber, you know, and no hate or shade to commentary YouTubers. I think a lot of them are wonderful and I watch a lot of them, but the commentary genre in general, it is a lot of critique. It's a lot of thing bad, here's why, or this person may not be bad, but thing they did bad, here's why. A lot of times there can be some virtue signaling or just parroting the same exact opinions and kind of dogpiling on someone who's made a mistake. You know, those are flaws of it, but there's also very important things. Like I'm not shitting on the genre, but I do feel like the reason why I'm kind of explaining the shadows of that genre is because I feel like you almost think in a similar way, where you're always looking at your flaws, you're always looking at what you could be doing better, the shortcomings of what you're doing or what you're not doing, what you could be putting out, what you're not putting out. And what I mean by putting out is just like literally anything you put into the world. Like, for example, you might take way longer to write an email because you write it the first time and you're like, no, that's terrible. I can see everything wrong with it. It all looks stupid. Or it's almost like you're anticipating a negative reaction or a rejection where there may not ever be one, or where one wouldn't even happen. But like that possibility is so real to you that I feel like you almost police yourself and hide a lot of yourself. And the saddest part is like you definitely judge yourself harder than anyone else. And the shadows of your psyche is a much more accurate representation of who you truly are than what you consciously know about yourself. And I think you know that deep down, but the thing that you struggle with, you're like, yes, Aso, I know these things, but like, how do I shift that? Like, how do I go from re-embracing these parts of myself and letting go of these parts that are so harsh and critical? And that's a great question. I don't have a great answer for you, because I think that process is different for everyone. And I also think that process of reconnection and rebalancing, like some people need more than others. And I think it's a matter, honestly, of training your brain and being vigilant with, paying attention to what you're thinking and how you're talking to yourself. But also, I think things like therapy can be really helpful, holistic healing methods. But within you is someone who's very powerful and unapologetic, and also someone who knows that they can be strong and kind, fierce and sweet. You're a Sour Patch Kid, baby. You're sour and you're sweet, and you're allowed to be both. You don't have to pigeonhole yourself into certain personas or aesthetics or identities or whatever the hell else. And I know you know that, but I think it's hard for you to embrace in action. It's like you can understand that and acknowledge that as a concept, but doing it in action is a different thing. There's a difference between knowing and being. And I think for you, actually feeling like it's okay to be yourself and accepting the discomfort in that, and how weird and foreign that feels, like that takes time and it takes practice. But your power is also in the shadows of your psyche. And so whenever you feel like something is too far outside of you, or you're pinpointing to reasons why you abandon parts of yourself, your power is not in placing blame, though no judgment if you do. Like, there may very well be there are likely concrete reasons, people, experiences you can pinpoint to that were like, that is the reason why I thought that and felt that or was told that, like, you know what I'm saying? But your power lies not in just like, oh, well, this happened and so it's this thing's fault. You're giving the cause for self-betrayal the power, whereas what you really want to be doing is acknowledging that the thing happened and it affected you in a way that caused you harm. And while that's not okay, it's also not okay to continue to harm yourself and, believe that the only way to get that part of yourself back is if the harm never happened, because a harmful thing like that could happen again in the future. We never know. And your power is not going to, and you knowing that situations like that, whatever they may be, cannot take something from you. They can only make you, dissuade you into believing in yourself as much as you should, if that makes sense. Your power lies in self-acceptance and in the discomfort and imperfect process of undoing the ways in which you've bound yourself. You're free in the shadows of your psyche, and also the lightness and love and connection that you yearn to feel in the outside world is within your psyche. It's just on a deeper level than I think the brainwave state you're typically in. So I definitely think like something like meditation or slowing down or just practicing going more slowly and methodically and grounding, I think could be something helpful to maybe look at, because that might help you access these parts of your psyche a little bit more. But in the shadows of your psyche, you're everything you think you're not, and actually even more than that. And there's a lot to discover there. And I'm hearing the phrase like a tiger doesn't change their stripes. And so, you know, if there are parts of you that you look back on and wish you still had those things, you do still have them. But now you also have an adult brain, because you should be an adult if you're watching this, that knows how to advocate for itself and also has the wisdom of lived experience and also understands the adult world better, so that it can take things less personally and not give so much power to other adults who may not have the awareness necessary to recognize that it's okay to be different or to be many things at once. Anywho, let's go ahead and see quickly who you are at work or at school. So for that, we have the Ace of Pentacles. Ooh, so maybe you've started something new recently, and I have permission. So maybe you started something new recently, or have been given more responsibility. I definitely feel like you're seen as someone who is trustworthy, and but also somebody who's maybe a little bit more meek and quiet. You could be like, for example, if you're in school, I wouldn't be shocked if you're like a freshman, or, you know, start like in your first year of a program. Or if you're at work, I wouldn't be shocked if you started at a new place recently or something like that. I definitely think that there is a part of you that people don't really quite have a good read on yet, and I think it's probably because you are more so focused on your work and doing what you need to do, and so you're probably hiding, well, you do hide your personality anyway. Your personality, a lot of your personality is even hidden from you. It's really actually going to be a beautiful journey for you to reconnect to yourself, because like there's so much awesomeness within you that you have not forgotten. You've just, well, maybe forgotten. You know, when you're cleaning your bed, like you're cleaning your room or something, and you open up a random drawer and you find all this stuff that you didn't realize you had. That's kind of like, and then you get all excited and start playing with stuff and like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize I had this. Like, that's kind of the process. That's how I see you reconnecting with parts of yourself that you've abandoned. But anyway, I definitely feel like you're seen as someone who's very grounded and dependable. I think I already said quiet, a bit meek as well. I think that there is, you come across as very balanced. And some of you are laughing because you're like, I'm not grounded, I'm not balanced. Yeah, but you're quiet. And so people assume that because you're quiet, you're vibing and you're chill. What they don't realize is that, I can tell for some of you here, is that quietness is masking a screaming on the inside, where your brain is just going a million miles a minute. And I can relate. Actually, one time I was at a restaurant and I was just like in my head about stuff, and the waiter said to me like, and what about you, Miss Quiet? And I was like, quiet? Am I being quiet? Like I had this like out of body moment where I was like, oh my God, like everything that I've been going through in my head wasn't said out loud. And so to everyone else, I'm being perceived as quiet, but like I've literally, like, it was just this like, oh shit moment. And I would definitely say that some people might underestimate you and think that like there's not a whole lot going on. Like people might describe you, the ignorant ones might describe you as like the lights being on but no one's home, and it's like, no, you don't get it. The lights are on and like there's an unsanctioned house party going on, and like pile 4 can't get everyone cleared out. Like it's a little bit of a different story. But I also think that you are seen as like very promising, a a promising individual or someone with a lot of potential. And I also think you are seen as someone who is not really much of a risk taker. And I think that your bosses or, you know, leaders or anyone that you look up to, I think that they really like that. For some of you, if you've been at a place for a while, I think you are being considered for like some sort of, if it's school, like fellowship or grant or scholarship. And if it's work, I feel like you're being considered for some sort of promotion or a raise. Like especially for those of you who, you know, have already put in work for that. And especially for those of you where you've had people tell you like, oh yeah, I think you're gonna get this. You are. Well, I guess I can't say for 100% sure, but people think you are for sure and see you as like the most likely candidate. But also, like I said, a lot of potential, and someone who is very promising. So especially if you're newer at a company, like I definitely think the higher ups at that company have seen a lot of what you have to offer and are impressed. But also, if you're self-employed or something like that and starting out on your own, I feel like people are very curious to see what you will do. They feel like you've got a solid plan, but it's just a matter of like, okay, well, are they going to follow through? Like, what's going to happen? They believe in you, though. And I feel like if you want to gain more respect or more authority in whatever work environment you're in, speak up more. And don't speak up in a way that's like, that's meek. Speak up in a way that's firm. Like, and you don't have to explain yourself. Don't explain yourself. Unless someone asks you specifically to explain your reasoning, don't explain yourself. Believe in your opinion so much that other people automatically see their value, or other people want to know why. Interesting. Never gotten advice like that before. But let's go ahead and see who you are when you're aligned with your truth. We have the 5 of Swords and German Shepherd. Oh, I love this. Steady, confident, reliable. Okay, all right, is everything still in the frame? Okay, and let's just push on up a little bit. And I think, yeah, I'm so close to the mic. Hey, y'all, how you doing? It's like some ASMR challenge. Okay, I'm not gonna talk like this, but I just think it's funny when I get really close to the camera like this, like it, I don't know, it's almost too intimate. It's like I could be like right next to your ear. Like if I stuck my tongue out, it might get wet. Oh my God. Okay, I went too far. Okay, we're just gonna pretend like that didn't happen. Okay. I actually love this so much. I know a lot of people look at the 5 of Swords and see that as a bad thing, but when you're aligned with your truth, you're unapologetic and unafraid of conflict. And I think that is actually so important, because here's the thing, you're not a naturally combative person, but there are very important things that you believe in. One of those things being yourself, that needs to be fought for. And I also think that if you identify as like being a people pleaser, or having certain individuals in your life who maybe you keep around because you don't want to cause conflict if you set boundaries, or anything like that, like when you're aligned with your truth, you're not afraid of any discord created by you choosing yourself. You know, the 5 of Swords in a negative way can be seen as like selfish, or like wanting to get everything for themselves. But here's the thing, I don't think you're like that whatsoever. I think if anything, you have a hard time prioritizing yourself. And I wouldn't be shocked if there's some bitterness within you from being betrayed by others, from having your kindness taken advantage of, from not speaking your mind when you could have, from not standing up for yourself when you had the chance, from not saying that, from just not speaking your truth more often, with less attachment to how it's received and more attachment to how it honors you. I feel like when you're aligned with your truth, you have a healthy understanding of the difference between putting yourself first and selfishness. and recognizing that it's not selfish to put yourself first, and it's not selfish to put your needs first, period. Not only that though, when you're aligned with your truth, conflict or people trying to start conflict with you, trying to create problems, let's say people are harshly criticizing you, for example, that won't shake you in the same way it does now, because those parts of you that are in the shadows of your psyche, they know your worth. They don't need reasons as to why you have to do XYZ, for example. They don't need reasons. They don't have to work for the approval of others or work to be accepted. They know that they're worthy. And I think for you, when you're aligned with your truth, there's a lot less inner conflict and a lot less fear of outer conflict and what outer conflict might bring. Because one thing I think you're going to realize is that you actually can do really well in conflict. And you might be like, oh no, I'm conflict avoidant. But conflict doesn't have to be malicious and toxic. It can be, but you can be in a conflict with someone who is behaving in a malicious and toxic way and still be centered and aligned. You know, it's really all about how you go about it. And I think for you, you have enough wisdom to handle conflict with grace, and to also recognize that conflict itself is not necessarily a bad thing. You know, obviously it can be a bad thing depending on the circumstances and the frequency, but sometimes conflict can be healthy and good. Sometimes you need to test your persuasive skills, to test how willing you are to stand up for yourself and what you believe in. But not only that, I think that there's a part of healing that you are really needing, which is just to take pride in what you value and hold dear, and also to just take pride in the fact that you're here, you're on this planet, and what you believe in and what you care about matters too. Just because others can't see it, or just because others don't have the same perspective as you, doesn't mean that yours is any less valuable. And sometimes, especially if you have a more rare perspective, you have to be willing to throw down for it. And you have to be willing to enter uncomfortable conversations with people in order to do yourself justice. And it's not about, you know, proving yourself right or anything like that. It's just not taking disrespect, and also not being willing to just pretend like something didn't happen when you know it would be more beneficial for you to stand up for yourself. Not because you need to prove a point, but to rather show yourself that you are safe with you. When you are aligned with your truth, you are safe with you, you know? And I think about German Shepherds and like how sweet of dogs they are, but not only that, but like they're so regal, and they have just like they're iconic. You know, they're iconic dogs. And I feel like when you're aligned with your truth, you kind of have that regal air about you. You're iconic. And I think that you're iconic and really like, number one, I think you could have a really iconic sense of fashion that you don't embrace very often because you don't want to be looked at weird, which like that's such a mood, so I can't blame you. But also, I can't tell you how happy it makes me when I see someone dressed a little bit quirky, or dressed in a way that is different from the mainstream, or just dressed in a way that is like, oh, this person put thought and intention into what they were wearing. I love that so much, because I feel like a lot of times our style is an extension of who we are or how we're feeling. And I love when I see people wearing like, you know, I saw a picture once of someone who was like wearing a cape and was like, is this too much? And you know, and there were some people saying yes, some people saying no, but I'm just like, who cares if it's too much? Like, are you happy? I mean, I get it. Like, you know, you want to be comfortable in outside environments, but like, I just love that they were wearing a cape to begin with, and that was something that made them happy. Like how we dress ourselves, how we adorn ourselves is an extension of our spirit and who we are. And I feel like it's really easy to just throw on something comfy. I'm super guilty, and you know, just kind of hide ourselves through clothes. But I think it's really cool when we get to see who you are through how you style yourself. And I think that for you, you'd probably dress a little bit nicer if you had the energy. I think one thing is like an energy thing. But two, I think sometimes you hold back dressing in certain ways because you're worried about looking silly. But I mean, honestly, like, I guess you have to weigh, like, can I handle the discomfort of other people not getting the vision? Or do I just let these things sit in my closet? Or maybe save them for times when you're not going to be around people you know. So if you get any interesting reactions, you don't know them, so who cares? But I do think that part of you, when you're aligned with your truth, dresses more freely and more like yourself. And also, it's almost like you take pride in your appearance in a way where it's like, it's not like you're trying to reach some specific beauty standard, but rather you're just trying to make the outside of you look more like how you feel on the inside. And I think that that's closely interconnected with what's like within the shadows of your psyche, where, you know, personal power in this case would be, I cannot control people's reactions, but I can control what I wear. And when I wear this, I feel good and I feel like myself. So this is what I'm going to wear today. But also, I think that you will realize that people care a lot less than you think. In general, I think you're probably going to get more compliments than you realize. And also, I would be willing to bet that you inspire other people to be more confident. And honestly, I think more than anything too, when you're aligned with your truth, you trust yourself to handle challenges in general in ways where you don't have to worry about them happening as much. So because you trust yourself to face challenge when it happens, you're less focused on threat prevention. And there's more time for you to think about, ooh, what am I going to wear tomorrow? Or, ooh, maybe I should go to the thrift store. Or, ooh, someone just said something about this deeply held value that I disagree with. I have a moment, let's talk. Like, I definitely think that when you're aligned with your truth, you're able to use your mind in more constructive ways. And also you are able to recognize what isn't yours to carry. And by that, I mean, you know, someone who might criticize you for being outspoken is likely someone who hasn't found their voice yet. Someone who criticizes you for dressing out there is probably someone who feels uncomfortable if they aren't in, you know, some basic ass clothes. Someone who feels uncomfortable expressing themselves. You might just kind of start to see where you've been told you're too much or not enough or whatever. You can see the insecurity rooted in the criticism and recognize like, oh, this isn't about me. And here's the thing, it's not like all criticism is bad. But I do think that like as a society, we're almost addicted to criticism. And I think that we criticize ourselves way, 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 way too much over things that are not important. And we don't criticize ourselves enough about things that are important. And I think how we use that criticism is important. Like there's a lot there. I don't need to go into it. Let's go ahead and see who you are as a caretaker. So for that, we have the Ace of Swords. And we have the Forager, which is a unique card in this deck. So I am probably going to have to find the book and read that. But we also have Camellia, Destiny. It's not in the stars to hold our destiny, but in ourselves. So let me see. Isn't this box so cute? This is the Kitten Nugget deck. I want to read the Forager. Like this is an excellent example of an indie deck just done so well. Shout out to the creator of it. I believe I got it off of Etsy. They even wrote me a cute little note when I got it. But yeah, definitely an excellent deck that I love very much. Okay, the Ranger. Okay, the Forager. The Forager is about going out and collecting or noting interesting things in nature that you'll use to inspire yourself. It's a reminder of the beautiful earth that we live on. You can see by the chaos in the scene, it's about embracing the craziness of life. Part of self-care is acceptance in one's place in the world. Take time to be one with the world that surrounds you. Appreciate the mere idea of existence. This may be your sign to connect yourself with nature. Go for a ramble and get some fresh air. As a creative technique, it may be about working with streams of consciousness. If you're feeling stuck on an issue, try letting the words flow through you. Whether or not they make sense at the time, you'll start to see connections and patterns. Gather, accumulate, collect. Wow, okay. So I feel like this is really interesting. So who you are as a caretaker, this may be a role that you don't take on willingly, but rather happens to you. And I see you taking that role on in stride. And actually, you know, whether it is becoming a parent, a caretaker to plants or animals, a caretaker to a family member, or, you know, someone who is elderly, or, you know, someone who deals with chronic illness or something like that, whoever you are caretaking, I feel like one element of you that is very healing or will be very healing is that you don't shy away from the discomfort of those in your care. And what I mean by that is that humans that are healthy can be really uncomfortable with topics in life that are hard, you know, like people that are struggling with chronic illness or sickness, or that are aging, or that are, you know, on the verge of crossing over. A lot of times I think people can become so uncomfortable with that, which is understandable and normal, that, you know, the people that are going through it, that really need support, miss out on that much needed connection and feel even more isolated as a result. And so what I think is so beautiful is that as a caretaker, you are someone that humanizes those you're taking care of. And I was going to say, except for plants and animals, but I was like, you might be the type of person to treat your pet like a baby. So I could, never mind. It might work for all of it. I feel like as a caretaker, you are someone who is perpetually selfless, but also not going to be taken advantage of. You know, I feel like you walk a fine line between caring from a place of compassion and caring from a place of, you may not want this, but this is what you need. We have to do this. I'm going to be here with you as we move through this. But like, yeah, you might be a little bit uncomfortable, and I'm sorry. I know it's not fun, but this is what you need in order to be taken care of. I definitely think as a caretaker, it's also a role that you may not have originally wanted, but actually find a lot of meaning in. And despite the stress and like just intense physical labor that comes with being a caretaker in whatever way you become one, if you're not one already, I think you find a lot of the beautiful moments that you were missing out on in life in this role, where, you know, you have to be next to someone so often that you kind of have no choice but to slow down with them and take things in the moment. Or there are just meaningful moments of connection with them where you remember what's truly important. But also, I think as a caretaker, you're someone who's fun to talk to and very intellectually stimulating. So I wouldn't be shocked if, like, for example, if you're a home nurse, let's say, or you become one, like, your patients are definitely going to be so excited to see you when you come through the door, because like you're going to be the most interesting person they talk to all week. But also there's an incredible amount of compassion and wisdom you're going to gain, where you realize, like, number one, I think there's going to be a healing process for you. And I guess for those of you that are caretakers already, feel free to validate in the comments how much of this you've experienced or not. But you will have a more compassionate take on how your caretakers failed you when you were young, and also just recognize like how hard it is and how draining it is. And now that doesn't excuse or absolve anyone of, you know, any harm that they caused you or anything like that, but I do feel like it's just going to be easier for you to conceptualize and recognize, like, okay, yeah, we all have shortcomings, we all have you know, our weaknesses. But I also think that you're going to be someone who, I think, if you're not already, I definitely feel like you're going to be someone that takes in people or animals or plants in need. Like, I could definitely see you being like someone who becomes a foster parent, or, you know, to human children or to animals. I could see you being I could just see you finding that, you know, while the role of caretaking is exhausting, I definitely think you're going to find a lot of rewards in it. You're going to find it rewarding as well. And I think that you're going to cherish the time that you have with those that you're connecting to and look back on that time fondly. And I feel like for some of you, especially if you're caretaking, you know, an older family member or someone like that, you know, who can't take care of themselves anymore, there might be a really powerful, you know, crossing of the threshold you experience where, you know, like for example, if that person that you're caretaking for was like your parent, for example, you know, it makes me think of that book, like I'll Love You Forever. Oh my God, that book's literally gonna make me cry. Oh, it's such a sweet children's book, but like, I think that you're gonna have an understanding of love that maybe you didn't have before, and an appreciation for the sacrifices required to give so much of yourself to someone else. And I think you're also going to realize that even when you wish it weren't happening, when you've gotten some rest and some time to relax, you come back to that truth of there's no other life I'd want to be living. There's no other way I'd want to be doing this. I really think for you, there's something very nourishing about you where you don't smother others. You give them opportunities to learn and grow. You don't make concessions for people because they might be having a hard time. You still expect the best of people, but at the same time, those people, especially, you know, if they're chronically ill, like especially if they're not children, I feel like they'll really respect that. Because I'm sure that, you know, anyone, for example, you know, who's here with a chronic illness or does need a caretaker, I'm sure you could say yourself, like, you know, how hard it is sometimes to have people talk to you like you're a kid, or, you know, not know how to just be cool, you know? And I think that as a caretaker, you are someone who, which I mean, like, you could be taken care of and become a caretaker. You are someone who listens and finds solutions. And that's really powerful, because rather than being like, well, I don't know what to do, we have this problem, you're someone who's going to innovate and make a solution. We can't afford a wheelchair ramp to go into the house. Okay, well, then we're going to pull the community and find some wood and make it happen. Like, you are someone who knows how to make things happen. And I think actually one really cool thing is that you will realize through this role that you're capable of a lot more than you thought, and you're more resourceful than you thought. And not only that, I think you're gonna realize, like, man, I really wish I could see myself outside myself, because if I could, it would have been so much easier for me to take constructive action towards myself. But also, I think, you know, as a caretaker, like, it may not be a specific role you have at one point in your life. Like, you may just be someone who handles your life with care, and I think that's beautiful. But for some of you, the role of becoming a caretaker could be one that you didn't choose willingly. But in that process, it actually becomes a very powerful thing that you end up either being grateful for, or become grateful for the ways in which you grew or what it taught you. It's almost like, for some of you, I feel like it's a blessing in disguise that it takes time for you to see. And I think one of the biggest blessings is the time of connection and slowness with whomever you're taking care of, that you wouldn't get otherwise. And also, I think it is a healing and a rebalancing of the order of things. And I think a role that you will step into in different ways throughout your life. And I think you'll find that not only do you have a knack for it, but also I think that there are a lot of other people who may be, like, you may not see yourself as the most nurturing person or the most like, oh my gosh, let me just give you all the smiles in the world. Like, and if you are, that's great and wonderful, and I love that, because like, that's low-key me. But I think that you nurture in ways that are more practical, you know, like making sure you have what you need, remembering things that people tell you, you know, remembering things about them, taking an interest in their lives, talking to them, like whether they're a child or, you know, an elderly person, like listening to them, making them feel like they're a part of the table. Well, they are a part of the table, right? But giving them that sense of inclusivity and respect that I think they may not always get, I think is going to be very, very meaningful, and something that I also think you're going to teach a lot of other people that are caretakers how they can just be better to those under their care without even realizing that you're doing that. It's like you just lead by example, which I think is really powerful and really cool. And if you are already a caretaker, I just want to say thank you. And if you have anything you want to share about that experience, feel free to, whether it is venting about things or the meaning you found or both, or advice. Just, I've heard from a few of you before about like what you've gone through with those experiences. And I've witnessed other people in my family be caretakers, and I just know how hard of a job it is, and how much of a labor of love it is. And I'm sure that I know at some point I will be doing it one day. And so, you know, I could use the advice, but also, you know, if you just want to share and have some support, feel free to do that. I always love hearing from you guys, and I appreciate the beautiful community you guys make. But now let's see, who are you even when you don't know who you are? So for that, we have the Page of Swords and Natural. Who you are, even when you don't know who you are, is someone who is funny. The fact that we have the Page of Swords here, I feel like you are just an interesting person. And this makes a lot of the mental energy that I was getting make sense. Like, even when you don't know who you are, you could feel like an alien on the inside, and nobody would ever question you or be like, that pile 4 seems sus. Like, that doesn't exist or occur. I feel like who you are when you don't know who you are, I think it's very easy for you to come up with stories about who you think you are. And I find that just based on reading your energy, maybe some of those stories are more self-destructive than they are supportive. But I also think that when you're in a place of not knowing who you are or what's really going on, I think that there's a level of detachment you can have with life that actually helps you handle certain challenges a lot better than you would if you were connected to all parts of yourself, where it's like you're able to maybe make light of things that you wouldn't make light of in other circumstances. But also, I think that when you don't know who you are, it is normal for you to revert to a line of thinking that's a bit more immature or a bit more like chaotic or surface level. And there's nothing bad about that at all, unless you decide it's bad. But what I feel here, what's happening, and I bet this is gonna be such a like light bulb moment for you, is that I think you hold yourself to such a high level of personal responsibility all the time that when you feel disconnected from yourself, that is the only time you feel free to not incessantly scan every single thought before it leaves your mouth, not need to think deeply on something before you respond. It's like giving yourself permission to just be an ignorant human and not have to think too deeply about what you're doing. I feel like when you don't know who you are more likely on some sort of autopilot. And I also think you're more likely to say things that you don't mean at all just because they're funny, which is an Aries Mercury I respect. The important thing is to be careful who you say that stuff around, because it might have meaning for them and they might think you're serious. But I definitely think you can be the type of person when you don't know who you are to be funny in a self-deprecating way. But I think more than anything, like, it's almost like your brain kind of shuts down and you are just not really, you're not really policing yourself at all. And so I would say during these times, it's more likely that you could revert to habits that maybe you're not fond of, like, you know, maybe doom scrolling or drinking more, or, you know, just doing things that like you might temper yourself better if you're more centered. But also I think that when you are feeling disconnected from yourself, it's harder for you to have have the patience for and the desire to connect with people on deeper levels. And I feel like that could be kind of challenging for you because it seems like people like to connect with you on a deep level, especially the people that know you well. And it seems like you are capable of a lot of insightful, thought-provoking stuff. But I feel like there are times where you just need a break from that. And I think that when you don't know who you are those times where you need a break from it. And I think you need to give yourself permission to just do that because there's nothing wrong with it. And I think sometimes I really think that when you go into these states, it's your brain's natural response to like extreme hypervigilance and just, you know, the other side of the pendulum where it's like, I am literally ignoring myself and I'm not responsible for whatever goes through my mind or out my mouth. But also, I think in times where you don't know who you are, it's a bit easier for you to be a bit bolder in ways that you wouldn't be if you were more connected to yourself. When you don't know who you are, I think it's easier for you to try new things because you don't have the same level of like, oh, I don't like stuff like this, or I tried this once and it was annoying. I feel like things actually, you might find that when you feel disconnected from yourself, life outside of you flows a bit more easily, or it seems like things get done more easily. And I think it has to do with just a shift in how you're thinking or the lack thereof, where you're literally on autopilot. But I can also see that these times might be very, very dry for you on an emotional level because, you know, I think the emotional parts of you are what really crave that depth and that meaning, and that, you know, that emotional part of you, you know, does care so deeply about, you know, how you speak and how you operate and how you move in the world. And so I think that, you know, when you don't know who you are, you definitely feel a bit more disconnected with your heart. And I think at times, like, one of the things I would caution you on is what you're consuming during those times when you feel disconnected from yourself, because certain ideas that may be unhelpful or just toxic for you could take root in your psyche. And when you do reconnect, you'll then have this like fear of like, oh my God, I can't believe I thought that, or I can't believe I was entertaining that idea for so long. And you might shame yourself and punish yourself and then be even more hypervigilant and like even harder on yourself. And that's really not the answer. I feel like that when those moments happen, that's when you want to be like, oh wow, how human of me. I can see the flaws in that rhetoric now. I better release that, and I better be, you know, a bit more discerning in the future. But like, don't beat yourself up, because I would say, especially now, or in the, hopefully maybe it's different in the future if you're watching this in the future, who's watching in 2031, hopefully you will recognize like just, you know, ideas or patterns of thinking that may be less helpful or just may not be good for your psyche sooner. But it's okay if you don't, because you'll recognize them when you reconnect. And I think that within that, there's a lot of opportunity to understand why certain beliefs and ideas take hold in people, and have compassion for just how flawed and human we all are. But more than anything, I think what's really hard for you during these times when you don't know who you are is you feel the world feels smaller and it feels more annoying. I think there's a lot of curiosity, but also a general apathy as well, where because you're disconnected from your emotional body during these times, it's like new things don't have the same like excitement to them. But it's all part of the process. And I feel like more than anything, when you don't know who you are, that's the perfect time to try new things. Because if you have a profound emotional experience when you are in that state, then you know that when you are centered within yourself, that thing that you're trying is going to be even more powerful. So when you're in those states of not really feeling anything, do like see whatever sticks, and see like don't be afraid to try new things and get curious, because I feel like another opportunity that these times where you get disconnected from yourself offers you is the opportunity to, when you do come back to yourself, reintegrate ideas or reintegrate new hobbies or new habits that maybe you wouldn't have embraced when you were aligned in your truth, that you may realize has some value in certain states maybe. But ultimately, I think one really important thing you do need to know about who you are is that whoever you are in the moment, in that day, has value and serves. So whether the version of you one day is a chaotic mess and nothing but, destructive, that version of you is just as valuable as the version of you that wakes up early and, is super productive and has the most unproblematic day ever. Because all of it is leading to more learning, and you're not here to be perfect. You're here to define the consciousness of who you are and to understand who that is. Like, your job here is to be you in the most authentic way possible. And there are a lot of things that you might not even realize are actually parts of you, or that are valuable parts of you, valuable parts of your experience, because your conscious mind wants to judge them as, oh, I was really emotional that day, so that was bad. When in reality, maybe a really emotional day makes you feel alive and makes you feel human, and also allows you to get out a lot of cathartic emotions that you've been holding on to. And a day where you're super productive, you know what, maybe you don't have an interesting thought all day. And yeah, I don't know. There's something that you do need to know, that you don't have to completely know or understand who you are. Or what you need to know when you don't know who you are is to get rid of the idea that you have a baseline. There is no such thing as a baseline for you, at least when it comes to how you're meant to show up. There might be baselines in terms of energy levels and things like that, but you don't have a baseline in terms of personality and in terms of how you should show up. You existing and feeling, thinking, being, expressing, that is the baseline. The only time you're not hitting the baseline is if you're not sentient or conscious in any way. So it's all part of the process. And I feel like when you don't know who you are, just know that you're who you need to be right now. Whether it's to give your brain a break, whether it's to integrate a new line of thinking, or to integrate a line of thinking that you're then going to discard because you learned something from it. Whatever it may be, it's all part of the process. And I feel like if you are someone who thinks you need to have like a core personality or just a core way to be, I think you're gonna create a lot of unnecessary stress for yourself, because there's so much intrigue in this concept, like just as I'm reading about it, because it's like you get to wake up every day and ask yourself, who am I today? What am I gonna be? What am I feeling? Like, you are everything in that moment that you consciously perceive, which I think is cool. Okay, so finally, let's look at who you will always be. Aww, and for that we have Temperance, and we have the Doberman Pinscher, daring, dependable, gritty. I love this. And do you see that this says Employee of the Month? And this makes so much sense. Like, this Temperance card leans into exactly what I was talking about, where I was saying, like, every version of you serves. Like, Temperance is connected to Sagittarius energy, so you could have some Sagittarius energy in you. You don't have to, but you're definitely someone who is always learning, someone who craves wisdom, but also, like, you will always be earnest. And I think that's really beautiful. And not only that, but as you gain more wisdom, you begin to fight yourself less. And I think what you will realize is, yeah, I have always been really powerful. I have always been, a risk taker, someone who isn't afraid of conflict, someone who isn't afraid to live and to experience the pain of living, because you learn from those experiences the same way you learn from hiding, from running away, from doing nothing. you will always be doing your best in this life. And I think that's one thing you should really give yourself credit for, because not a lot of people can, well, I guess, I don't know. I'm not the determiner of whether people are doing their best or not. But at the very least, I feel like you will always be someone who is on the move, whether mentally or physically. You are just somebody who keeps going and keeps learning. And you are also somebody who is never you will never have a fully self-actualized form, because there's always more to learn about yourself. And not only that, I feel like you are someone, especially as you get more comfortable within yourself, who actually is needed and necessary for a lot of really intense aspects of life that other people maybe are less equipped to handle. You are someone who steps up to the plate when you're needed, when a lot of people want to run in the other direction. You're the person that volunteers. Like, I'm literally seeing Katniss Everdeen in my head, like volunteering for her sister. Like, you are someone who will always be willing to face certain extremes, not only to become a more balanced person, but to also what was I gonna say? To be living evidence that sometimes we do things that don't make sense when we're aligned with higher ideals. And you will always be someone who has higher ideals, who has a level of integrity, who has a level of personal philosophy that they live by. And I think you will always be someone that others look to for wisdom and others look to as an inspiration. You know, you will always be someone that somehow gets it all done. You will always be someone that somehow turns lemons into lemonade. Even when they're the shittiest, most rotten lemons, you can make some delicious ass lemonade with it. And I think a lot of people don't understand how, but I think what you're realizing is that you will always be you. And so it's time to start accepting how imperfect that you is, because that you is actually perfect for the life you're meant to lead, the person you're becoming, the ways that you're processing the world. But also, I think you will always be someone who is true to their word. And I think you as a caretaker makes sense, because I feel like you are someone, you will always be a true friend and a true companion to people. You're not a fair weather friend that leaves when the going gets tough. And not only that, I think you will always be someone who doesn't shy away from the discomfort of life forever, because you recognize that, number one, you can handle it, and number two, I think over time you might start to enjoy the tension that comes with challenge, or the discomfort that comes with certain experiences. Like, you know, a lot of people do. Like, a lot of people enjoy pushing their bodies to the limits, for example. I'm not one of them, at least at this point in my life, but I do know they exist, and I think you could be one of those people. I feel like you will always be someone who is learning the process between what extremes look like and how to balance them. I feel like you will always be someone who is looking for more and learning more. Every opportunity for you is an opportunity to know something that you didn't before. And I think that you will always have a wisdom within you that you can trust when you don't know anything. And I think that you will always be someone who, at the end of the day, can forgive yourself, and can let things go, because you have such a beautiful consciousness, and it deserves to be filled with cool and exciting ideas that light you up, and not with resentments or grudges or things that hold you back and down. And the thing is that you have been consumed by resentment and regrets and shit like that before, and you it was necessary. You learned a lot from it. And I feel like you will always be someone who does not take long to learn lessons. So I would say, you know, you're likely someone who doesn't have to repeat a cycle over and over and over again. I would say it's rare for you to have to repeat something more than once. But I also think you will always be on your own timeline. And as a result, you will always probably feel a little bit like you're doing things at the wrong time. And that's not the case at all. You're doing them at the right time for you. But the timing that is ideal may not align with what you think is ideal. So there's definitely some tension there. I think you will always be your own best friend and your own worst enemy, and it's up to you to decide, you know, how you want to navigate that relationship with yourself. But I think you are definitely someone who will not decay or stagnate in life, and you might feel stagnant at certain points, but even then there's learning in the stagnation that still keeps you moving forward. Like, are you Toyota? Because you're moving forward. And I should mention, I do not celebrate Honda days. I only celebrate Toyotathons. So if you want to wish me, you know, a happy or merry Toyotathon when the time comes, because it is April, I do appreciate that. But if you wish me a happy Honda days, I that is deeply offensive. And the spirit of Henry Ford will come after you. I know he wasn't responsible for Honda, but I don't know who is. And I just came up with, you know, he's the car guy in my mind. Anywho, let's go ahead and finish this reading off. Is there anything else? I feel like you'll always be that bitch. And let me be clear, that bitch is gender neutral. I don't care if you're the biggest, manliest man in the planet. Like, you're that bitch, and own it. Because the only thing emasculating about that is the idea that you are less masculine for embracing being that bitch, right? You guys are incredible human beings, and honestly, I feel like you're living the human experience in a very real and authentic way that I just think is so respectable. And like, I feel like you're a really well-rounded person, whether you recognize it or not. And the more you set yourself free, the more you'll just realize, like, oh, I didn't need to be so hard on myself, or oh, I knew this all along, or oh, no wonder I couldn't find this outside of myself. It was within me. You're kind of like Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz, really realizing after all that way that there's no place like home. It's like, I wouldn't be shocked if you'll always be looking for home outside of yourself, only to find that feeling within you, or with people and in places that feel deeply connected to who you are. You will always be home to yourself, but I think you will always be seeking that feeling of home outside of you. And also I think that you will always be a bit of a paradox and always be, you know, many things at once. And I think that what's really cool is that you're able to hold all those things and let life unfold as it will. And as you get older, you become better at just allowing that process to happen and not overthinking it too much. So we're gonna go ahead and finish off by getting a message from your soul to you. This can be really about anything. It could be related to this reading, it could be not. Soul, higher self, whatever you believe in, your own intuition. But pile number 4's higher self, their soul self, their intuition. What would you like pile 4 to know at this time? What guidance and wisdom do you have to impart on pile 4? Ooh, so we have this really cool yin-yang card, and we have the number 37. So the number 37 can be significant. Let's go ahead and see what it says. The unexpected path. The universe has a knowing that we as humans cannot possibly comprehend. At times, our path will move in unexpected directions as the greater guiding intelligence of the universe unfolds, carrying all beings, including us, along for the ride. Although the unexpected twists in life may evoke curiosity, they might also evoke anxiety. Wow, I love that this is just like reiterating everything that I told you. When life isn't going the direction you want, take a moment to consider the universe loves you and is nurturing your spiritual fulfillment. You don't have to fight against life to have peace and happiness. Let go of what you think you need and open up to the blessings being sent to you now. There is something better on the horizon. And I think part of what's better that's on the horizon is just less filtering of yourself. And as a result, you're able to see yourself more clearly and be like, why was I hiding that? I'm great. You know, and I'll give you this. You've made it this far. I very rarely ever watch my videos because I, like every other human being in the world, want to crawl out of my own skin when I hear the sound of my voice. And, you know, perceiving myself, it's not fun. However, there are times where I do listen to myself and will watch a reading. And when I do, I'm like, wow, she's really good. No wonder people like her. And I know her is me, but there's a bit of a disconnect between my human self and who I am here. Because while my human self is here, like my puns and dirty jokes and unnecessary comments and chaotic brain and personality, like that is all here. But, you know, the wisdom that's coming from me is not mine, it's coming through me. And so, you know, I'm able to be a version of myself that that has a level of wisdom that isn't mine, that I don't walk with every single day. And so I think it's easy for there to, you know, have that imposter syndrome and to be hard on yourself. Like, I get that. And I think it's even easier to be hard on yourself when you don't even want to look at yourself. And so, you know, in the times that I have actually sat down and like listened to myself and been like, oh, wow, okay, like, I'm not as bad as I think I am. Like, it's really liberating, and I think that that is a process you're undergoing, and I give you my pinky now to promise that I will continue doing the same. I'm working on some cool things right now that I'm excited about, and I'm going to continue to get over the fear of being seen and accept myself more, because I know it helps, and you guys will help so much by being more of yourselves too. And nobody is ever judging us as harshly as we are judging ourselves, though. As a person in a public position, I am being judged no matter what I do. But my power is in accepting that I have no control over that, and that I can accept myself, and you have that power too. Whew. So pile 4, that's where I'm gonna leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background, because that's one of the simplest and easiest ways to show support and appreciation for my channel, and Vimeo has really been fucking me over. So thank you to everyone who does that, because it is super helpful and you know, just supports me. If you would like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already, and be sure to click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can check out my merch, you can check out my social media, you can check out my candles. Be sure to use code ISO10 for 10% off. You can check out my other videos, ones with extendeds. But yeah, that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I really hope this reading helped. I love you guys so much, and I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Oh, like, comment, subscribe. That's helpful too. Bye!